Welcome to TV20 News. I'm Dan Monroe. Coming up on today's news, Cleveland City Council held a press conference about their new equal pay legislation. Then our health reporter Richard Stewart looks at the proposed updates to Cleveland's air pollution control ordinances. And finally, a new art exhibit is coming to Cleveland City Hall, and I spoke with the man who is curating the whole event. But first, I recently sat down with Sonia Pryor-Jones, Chief of Youth and Family Success, to talk about summer job opportunities with Youth Opportunities Unlimited. Okay, believe it.
Will the Public Safety and Mayor's Appointment Committee come to order? Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you please call the roll?
Harsh.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
Hairston. Starr. Casey. Present. Valencia.
Present.
Ray. Here. House Jones. Kelly. Sly.
Present.
Starr. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank everyone for attending today's joint committee of the Public Safety and Mayor's Appointment Committee. Today we are here to discuss the Community Police Commission proposed appointments as sent to us from the mayor. As many of you know, the Community Police Commission is now a charter requirement under Section 115. It is the role of Cleveland City Council's Joint Committee to screen the applicants and to make recommendations to the full body of the council for a proper vote, either yea or nay, on the recommended individuals. It is no secret that many of us, not only in council but across the city, have been very disappointed in the adversarial relationship that has taken place within the CPC, and the behavior of some of the commission members has been absolutely outrageous and has led to a caustic environment during many of their meetings. I am hoping that the persons whose names have been submitted to the body for consideration are conscientious and thoughtful individuals who can disagree at times but still be agreeable and move the agenda of the CPC forward as defined in the city charter. Millions of dollars have been spent on police oversight, and yet we are still under a federal consent decree. It is my hope that the CPC, along with other oversight departments, can move us in a positive direction. At this time, I'm going to call upon the acting chair of the Mayor's Appointment Committee, Councilman Chris Harsh, for any comments he might have. Chris.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have a brief statement that I want to contextualize the conversation we're going to have today. So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page with what's going on with this committee. The Cleveland Police Commission was created by the will of the people in 2021. And since then, the Cleveland City Council has done exactly as the charter requires us to do. We seated the commission with 10 nominees from the mayor and 3 of our own choosing. We have financed the operation of this commission according to the charter and the will of the voters, and we have denied them nothing prescribed by law. So today we are considering 7 new members to this commission because over half of the original 13 are leaving. 3 resignations come from people who were supposed to fill 4-year terms but have chosen not to fulfill that commitment. And 4 others are expiring on a 2-year term and not being reinstated to continue the work that all of them said was the utmost importance. All 3 of the people selected by City Council remain on the body, given that 1 is seeking reconfirmation today. And the 7 new people are requesting placement on the commission, which would then be steered by 6 members who have 2 years of experience and 7 with none. So things have changed just a little bit in America since we initially set this committee in 2022. Let's take a quick look at where we are as a country. To do that, I'm going to get a little bit historical. Please indulge me. On August 21st of 1999, the Ku Klux Klan staged a rally in Cleveland, Ohio. Then Mayor Mike White created 2 free speech zones, one for supporters of the Klan and one for people protesting their vile and deplorable rhetoric. I was there that day with some friends to join the protest against them, and the event was shockingly lopsided. There were no more than a dozen pro-Klan supporters on their side of the free speech fence. The ACLU applauded the mayor's handling of the situation, and there was no violence. But things, like I said, have changed. Ever since President Trump took the national stage in 2016, we have seen increased and increasingly violent activity from white supremacist groups in America. On August 12, 2017, just 8 months after his first inauguration, Alex Fields, a modern neo-Nazi from Ohio, drove his car into a crowd of people in Charlottesville, North Carolina, who were protesting against other white supremacists, who were in turn protesting the removal of a statue celebrating the Confederate general, secessionist, and American traitor Robert E. Lee. Heather Heyer was killed in that attack, and 35 others were injured. I won't go over every other violent neo-Nazi protest since then, so let's skip ahead a bit. On January 6, 2021, thousands of anti-government protesters descended on the Capitol building in an effort to overturn the results of a free and fair election. In their midst were hundreds of white supremacists and neo-Nazi supporters. Within 36 hours, 5 people were dead, including 1 police officer. 174 other officers were injured, and 4 more police officers died by suicide within 7 months. All of this was premised on a false and ultimately deadly lie perpetuated by then-President and now returned President Trump. One of his first acts since regaining the presidency was to pardon those protesters, including the white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and other anti-American instigators. One has actually already died in a shootout with police since being released. Indeed, on the day of his inauguration, Elon Musk thanked the crowd for their work to protect the fate of civilization and capped it off with a well-known and entirely unmistakable Nazi salute. So if, but probably when, the neo-Nazis return to Cleveland, I would like to know if the members of this board will encourage the Cleveland police to use every tool at their disposal to monitor and to assess the threat level of those protests. I would like to know if they believe the police can use binoculars from a safe distance to monitor those crowds. I would like to know if they think the police can affix binocular-type devices to non-lethal devices in order to gain a better look at that crowd. And I would like to specifically know whether or not these proposed members believe that the police can use a drone for surveillance of a potentially deadly public protest. I think the public would also like to know a few other questions regarding the nominees, and we will ask that of the administration, specifically why a Black Shield representative was not considered. It's come up quite a bit, and I think the administration should answer that question. Mr. Chairman, that's my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We have representatives of the administration here. Would you identify yourself, please?
Of course, to the chairs, Austin Davis, Senior Policy Advisor to Mayor Bibb.
Good morning to the chairs. Delonte Spencer Thomas, Chief Ethics Officer for the City of Cleveland.
Okay. Gentlemen, who could explain briefly the process? How does someone, for the viewing public, how does someone become a member or a recommendation to join the CPC?
To the chairs, so an application process was ultimately created for the Community Police Commission.
Okay.
And so for this particular cycle, the applications were released in August of 2024. Members or residents of the City of Cleveland had time to apply, or they were required to submit their applications either online, in person, or via mail to City Hall. I believe that application period stayed open for a month.
Okay.
And then from there, once the administration received the applications, we began the review process, and which was specifically outlined, or which considered the charter requirements.
Okay. Do you happen to know how many applied, how many citizens applied?
There were just under 50,
Okay.
50 residents that applied.
And then there was a screening process that took place?
Correct.
And who was in charge of the screening process?
So there were a team of us
Okay.
within the city administration that ultimately reviewed the applications to, one, determine eligibility based on whether or not the applicants were a City of Cleveland resident, whether they met any of the other charter requirements, and then ultimately there were interviews extended to applicants that we wanted to move forward in the process.
And that at any time during that process, did the mayor meet with these individuals on a one-on-one?
One-on-one with the nominees?
Yes.
No, the administration was trusted, was entrusted to oversee the process.
Okay.
And ultimately, we had extensive conversation with the mayor around each individual applicant to go forward.
So then the group submitted the names to the mayor?
Correct.
Okay. But he did not individually interview them. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to jump, excuse me, are there any questions of the process and the members of the committee? Yes. Councilman Slife.
Thank you. You said 50 applicants and you screened for eligibility. Can you share how many were eligible and also how many, I guess, were, I would say, credible? You know, of 50, there are going to be maybe someone wasn't a resident of Cleveland, so there's really only 49 eligible. What it kind of is the universe of the candidate pool? How many were left off that could have been viable candidates, but they were just opted to not be recommended for appointment?
Sure, to the chairs. So again, just under 50 applications. There were, I believe, around 45, 46 applicants that met the eligibility requirements or the minimum eligibility requirements for the charter. And I believe we extended just under 20, I think it was maybe around 15 to 20 interviews that we extended. Based on the applicants that we received. And again, in extending interviews, we also looked at the additional charter requirements in terms of the makeup and demographic of the commission. And so through the chairs, we also had to balance the existing members of the commission, identifying which charter requirements those individuals met and filled, and then also looked at the applicant pool to determine who we wanted to move forward with in the process.
Through the chair, are we able to receive, just out of curiosity, the information about the 20 that were extended interviews?
Do you have that available? I'm not going to ask for it, but if you can
Not this
provide
moment,
that to
right,
us.
right.
Through the chairs, yeah, I can
Okay.
absolutely provide that.
We'll make that request of staff. You're hearing that request from Councilman Slife. Okay. Any other questions, Councilman? Any other questions of members of the committee as pertains to the process? Councilman Starr. Yes, Councilman Starr.
Thank you, Chair. One question through the chair I will have to ask a couple is, regarding a lot of these different new names, what was the exact reason certain members are not reselected to be on this committee? Meaning ones who served previously, their term ended up, are they eligible to the chair to be on the committee again? And if so, why some of them weren't selected to the chair?
Mr. Thomas, could you comment on that?
So yeah, through the chair. So yes, outgoing members of the commission, those who had expiring terms, were eligible to reapply to the commission, and ultimately the administration reviewed the applicant in its totality, and so not necessarily automatically giving preference or deference to existing commissioners. However, the commissioners had the opportunity, or previous commissioners or outgoing commissioners had the opportunity to demonstrate their work and involvement and how they've moved the commission forward or participated in the commission. That was absolutely taken under consideration, and ultimately we believe we selected a slate that would continue to further the commission's work in a positive and constructive way.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, so from the ones that were outgoing commissioners, did any of them, if so, did any of them reapply? If so, how many?
So yes, there were, through the chair, there were, of the 6 commissioners that had expiring terms, 4 of those commissioners did reapply, and 2 were selected for reappointment.
To the chair, so based on the 2 that were selected, you said 6 were expired, 4 applied again, and then 2 were selected out of that 4. So it basically, through that, are we saying those other 2 were like the bad apple on the commission? Through the chair?
Through the chair, no, we're not saying that those commissioners were the bad apple. What we're saying is that we looked at the complete pool of applicants and ultimately decided which group was best to go forward.
All right, through the chair, to the chief, right? So I definitely would ask a question through this one question. Did Mr. Kyle Early reapply through the chair?
Through the chair, yes, I believe Mr. Early did reapply.
And from my thought is, so based on the names that you have here, that you selected, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 9 that were selected, you telling me all 9 are more credible as far as this type of work than Kyle Early to the chair?
Through the chair, again, we looked at the complete applicant pool. Again, the outgoing commissioners also had the opportunity to indicate or in their application, as well as any direct outreach to make their case or otherwise demonstrate their desire to be back on the commission and why. Again, ultimately, we believed that the nominees that are put forward would be able to best continue and enhance the work of the commission.
All right, and through the chair, Ken, just to make sure for the context and for the people at home, who all gets the nomination or the selection of the members to this commission? Who selects them? Through the chair.
Through the chair.
The appointments. Who selects the appointments?
The mayor.
The mayor.
Yes, correct.
No other entity, no council, no other people get to select who's on this commission through the chair?
Through the chair, so the charter is clear that when there are vacancies that arise, either by resignation or by an expiring term, it's the mayor that fills the vacancy.
Okay, fills the vacancies. And the police commission actually came about when it was written. Through the chair, can you just give a quick, brief history of why this was in place and why the residents brought this and different group leaders put this in place, just so I can make sure I understand exactly why we selected certain commissioners, because I'm going to make a couple of requests for that to answer that through the chair.
Mr. Thomas?
Sure, through the chair. So the Community Police Commission, or specifically the Charter Amendment 115, Section 5, which defines or otherwise creates the Community Police Commission, was born out of an issue ballot that went before the residents of Cleveland in 2021, issue 24. And ultimately, big picture, the idea was to strengthen one, community and police relations, to strengthen oversight of police, and to give community a real voice in police accountability and oversight. By way of the consent decree, which was created in 2015, the consent decree created a community police commission, but ultimately did not give the commission significant teeth or authority. So the commission only had authority to recommend, whether that was discipline or whether it was input on policies, et cetera. And so one of the things that the charter amendment did was to increase the authority of the commission, now giving them final authority over discipline, policy, recruitment, training, and a number of other host of duties and responsibilities.
Thank you. And through the chair, if I'm correct, do we receive all of the different resumes and information regarding those applicants that applied for the police commission, or not? Or do we just have the only ones that were actually appointed?
To Councilman Starr, we have the information on the ones that were selected and submitted to us.
Okay, through the chair, can I make a request to our staff as well as this committee for us to receive all, was it 50 applicants that were selected for just review purposes?
Mr. Thomas, you indicated approximately 50.
Through the chair, we're able to provide that, absolutely.
Thank you so much. And other than that, I yield my questions.
Thank you, Councilman Starr. Just to follow up on that, I'm going to ask the chair of the Mayor's Appointment Committee, if he could, for the viewing public, if he could read who's presently on the board, those who've left, those who are being suggested for appointment. Councilman Harsh.
Sure thing, Chairman. Just so that we're all aware of the current state, there are currently 4 members of the commission who are in the middle of a 4-year term. Those members are Dr. John Adams, James Chura, Pete Van Leer, and Adriana Rodriguez. There are 3 current members who were in a 4-year term who are resigning. Those members are Charles Donaldson, Alana Garrett Ferguson, and Janice Ridgway. There are 6 members of the committee who were on 2-year terms that are expiring. Those members are Kyle Early, Kate Kennedy, Gregory Reeves, Terry Wang, Chandra Morita Benito, and Sharina Zayed. Mr. Early, Ms. Kennedy, Mr. Reeves, and Ms. Wang are not being renominated for another appointment. Ms. Morera Benito and Ms. Zayed are being renominated, which means in total we have 4 people staying on, 2 people being brought back, And then today, we're considering 7 new nominees.
Thank you, Councilman Harsh. To Mr. Thomas, according to Charter Section 115, the applicants and the individuals that are being recommended to us have to fill certain categories. So are you able to tell us of the 9 being suggested for appointment and reappointment, what categories they fill? Because it goes back to what Councilman Harsh's initial opening statement. We have no one from the Shield Club. And then, according to the ministers who called me yesterday, there are no faith-based, there are no ministers within the group being suggested. So can you give us a brief breakdown of what categories these folks would fill?
Through the chairs, yes.
Okay.
So, you know, and I'm able to provide
Okay.
a more detailed breakdown
Good.
to the council if that would be helpful. But
Yes.
generally speaking, you know, we believe that the slate of nominees certainly capture the broad essence of what's required per the charter, and then there are specific charter requirements that we believe the nominees, along with the existing commissioners, fulfill to complete the charter requirements.
So you're confident the folks that are, again, I want to get this straight, the people that are being submitted to us for consideration, you're confident they fill all of those requirements?
Correct. The requirements that are outlined in the charter.
Who is a minister of the 9?
The charter does not require a minister, through the chair.
Okay. So when we talk about faith-based, most people are assuming that is a minister, based on the calls that I received yesterday from ministers.
I mean, through the chair, the
Okay.
charter does not explicitly
Okay.
require
Okay.
a minister.
And then with regard to the Shield Club,
So through the chair, the charter allows for up to 3 representatives of police associations. The charter does not explicitly identify
Okay.
which police associations those members can be representatives of.
okay. So you still feel you have complied with all the requirements? Okay. But please, okay, please.
And
Will you-
through the chair,
Yes.
to be proactive in answering this question, the consent decree provides that 3 police associations are to make recommendations to the commission.
Yes.
But it does not explicitly state what is to be done with those recommendations. They are to make recommendations.
Okay.
And then to fill the positions, it defers to the charter, which does not identify specific police associations.
Did the Shield Club make a recommendation?
Through the chairs, yes.
Yes, okay.
Black Shield did make a recommendation.
Did any of the ministerial alliances and groups make a recommendation?
Through the chairs, no, not
They
that I'm
did.
aware.
Not that you're aware of. Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, on that point.
Yes. Council President?
2 things. You know, that you're asking a very important question, and one of the things that I want to specifically ask, you know, just basically asking a straightforward question. Why wasn't Richard Jackson considered for nomination?
Through the chairs, again, so Richard Jackson, again, was the Black Shield was the recommended candidate or nominee from the Black Shield, and Mr. Jackson was absolutely considered for appointment. Mr. Jackson received an interview. You know, there were I think there was some follow-up information that was ultimately requested. We didn't hear back immediately and kind of move forward in the process, but ultimately, and even once we did hear back from Mr. Jackson with the additional information that was requested to confirm that he was in fact a City of Cleveland resident, as required by the charter, you know, by this point, you know, the mayor had identified, you know, who we wanted to move forward in the process, but also, you know, additionally, again, through the chairs, the mayor ultimately made nominees looking broadly at, you know, where the commission has been, and ultimately where you know we'd like to see the commission go in terms of completing the work, and so so this was This was not certainly not a personal issue with Mr. Jackson, other than looking at the array of candidates, looking at the diversity of candidates, looking at a number of different factors. Ultimately, the administration believed that the nominees put forward would best serve the residents of Cleveland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing that I do want to follow up is it's my understanding after doing some of the background on this through the chair is that Mr. Jackson, it was some mix up with the address. And I think that's a little unfair that if it was a problem with a mix-up with the address, that he might have been disqualified for consideration. And I do want to caution us, even though I'm very familiar with the nominees that you have put forth, and I'm very familiar with the law enforcement agencies that they represent. One of the things that we have to keep in mind is that CPP has representation, FOP has representation. Right. And to have a significant part of our workforce that is responsible for carrying out these duties not being represented is a concern. And those are reasons why council wanted to make sure that we have more deliberations over this conversation, because these are the people that are responsible for trying to do the culture. Once again, I have no problem with Noble. I think that Noble and pretty much the person that you put forth is a resident and very, very qualified to be a part of this. But part of our workforce that represents a significant portion of our workforce under the tent is going to be excluded through this process, and I do have a very big concern about that, which is the reason why at some point in time I do want to make sure we revisit how we can reconsider and think about Mr. Richard Jackson.
Through the chair, if I can also just briefly respond to that, just for the record, not just the Black Shield, but also there was engagement directly with the Fraternal Order of Police as well as the Cleveland Police Patrolmen's Association as well. So the associations were all consulted or otherwise engaged with and reached out to be involved in the process or otherwise, provide input.
Yeah.
Okay. But just to put this in context, Mr. Chair, just one final thing, Mr. Chair, because I would like to be put back on the list later, because I do want to talk more about.
Within your time.
Okay, I want to make sure that I address Mr. Early, who is actually a representative of the clergy, and some things are very critical to making sure that we have true engagement with the public. The one thing that I will say about working with the Black Shield and some of these other organizations that were a part of this is that they're already being marginalized from not being able to be at the table for other things. There's a lot of things that are in flux. A lot of people do not know, but we as council get a lot of information. Black Shield is being questioned on if they should be a part of negotiations. Black Shield is being questioned on if they should be a part of disciplinary hearings and other things like that. And at the end of the day, how is that strengthening police-community relations when a very significant portion of the people who represent the police force, African-American officers, are excluded? And that's something that concerns me. That's something that at some point in time, Mr. Chair, that I hope we can have a conversation with the chief and the safety director, because I truly believe that Black Shield is being marginalized all the way down the line. And this is only the latest in a lot of steps where Black Shield has been marginalized. And I do not think that that's fair for a significant portion that represents a very important part of our police force and law enforcement is being excluded from significant policy discussions. So I just want to register that concern, and hopefully we can revisit that and have that conversation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And I will indicate, too, that I had spoke to the president of the Black Shield yesterday, and I did speak to Pastor Early and other ministers who did reach out to me about the appointment process. So the council president has raised some legitimate concerns. I have council, yes.
Mr. Chair, may I make a
Yes, you may.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just want to also, while we're on the subject, be very, very clear for the public watching as well as the media in the room. Whereas when this body was initially sat, Cleveland City Council selected 3 of the members. Cleveland City Council no longer has any recommendation ability for the members of this body. All members of this body moving forward will be nominated by the mayor, much like the school board. City Council will not be able to put forth nominees to sit on this body. This is entirely within the hands of the mayor. I just want to be clear on that.
Thank you, Councilman Harris, for clarifying that and pointing that out to the viewing public. I have Councilman Slife and Starr. You had a point, Councilman Starr?
Point. To that point, even though council do not select the members, based on the charter, we still have to approve it. And if we don't approve the members, they would have to go back to the drawing board and bring back something that we want to approve as a council. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So therefore, with these 7 or 8 names on here, if we voted no, that we do not approve this actual selection of members, they will have to go back to the drawing board and start their process over again until we are able to approve. So council do have some authority and have some final say if we want to see different members here. To the chair.
We have the ultimate authority. We have to approve the 9. And again, as you've just indicated, we do not approve, let's, for sake of discussion, let's say we approve none of the 9, then it would go back to the mayor who would have to resubmit names to the body.
Okay, so if we said we didn't approve these names, they would have to go back and
Yes.
select some different names?
Yes.
Okay.
They would have to send us different names.
All right.
Does that
Point of
add-
information, if
Yes.
we could. It's my understanding also, just for clarification, what I've instructed and talked to the chair and also the acting chair for boards and commission is that we are going to make recommendations coming out of this meeting, but we will be forwarding, as we do with other legislation, to the final decision-making committee process, which is finance.
Yes.
And it will be a joint finance, mayors, and also
Safety.
safety. And the reason why is so that we can do exactly what you're talking about, Councilman Starr, is so that we can actually look at the recommendations, hear from all of the people who the mayor have set forth, and then have a discussion with the administration about the ones that we believe will fit what we believe will be the best interest of the commission, and who we believe needs to be reconsidered.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons why we have these committee hearings, and that's one of the reasons why I made it clear to the media, to the listening public, and everybody else that we're going to really be very, very intentional in how we approach this process, because we know how important this board is. Thank you so much.
Yep, and
Point of
But
information.
Yes.
Just a clarification.
Yeah.
So what is the purpose of this committee now? Isn't the purpose of this committee now to make a decision on the nominees that are before us?
We will hear the presentation. We will interact with the 9 that have been sent over to us. And as the President indicated, at some point, and he'll set that date, there will be then the final joint committee for the ratification, either support or non-support of the individuals. But we are scanning them today.
Okay, so again, I hear what you're saying. What is the purpose of today's meeting, when it is both a joint meeting of safety and the mayor's appointment committee, which usually typically votes yay or nay on candidates? So we are not doing that today, and if that is the case,
Mr.
and
Chair,
the
if
reason
I
why,
can
the reason why I am bringing this up, because again, for me, I really need people to effectively communicate so that my time is not wasted.
Thank you. Thank you.
The goal is,
So,
Mr. Chair, if I can
so clarify that,
Ms.
and
Brett.
just again, just through the chair, the expectation, like we have a lot of work to do. The commission cannot move if they are not fulfilled. We have to, please, again, for me and my sake, I do not want my time to be wasted. We have received a lot of information. Some of these candidates, their profiles, one of them is 96 pages. People have to do work outside of this committee, and when you are coming to the committee, it is being able to vet, to make recommendations and move forward. But if that is not what we are here to do today, that, for me, is problematic.
Mr. Chair, if I
Thank you.
could give
Thank you.
clarification.
Yes, Mr. President.
Whenever we have committee hearings, we are within our right to forward the final vote to be vetted in finance, okay? And then the final vote to actually ratify this will actually be to the floor. The purpose of this hearing is to vet the candidates that are set before us today. The purpose of this hearing is so that we can make recommendations of the people that have been set forth, who we believe we support, and who we still have questions about, and maybe ask the mayor for reconsideration. So the reason that we needed to have this conversation today is so that we can clear the air on some of those things. One of the biggest issues that many of the colleagues have is the clergy is not represented, which is a very vital part of our community, and then also Black Shield is not represented. So if we feel that these two groups are critical, then we may need to ask the administration to reconsider at least two of these candidates that might need to be reconsidered. But we are within our right to forward this to finance, and to make it clear, we cannot ratify and finalize these until they are final when we vote in council meeting next Monday evening. So the purpose of this meeting is to do exactly what we are supposed to do, vet the candidates that are set forth by the mayor.
Thank you.
And I believe you have two other points, Mr. Chair, on this side of the table.
Yeah.
Just a point of clarification.
Yes.
The purpose of a committee is, again, it's just like the legislative process, and that's what I'm trying to get clarity on, is when you have things that you are considering, it's a committee, you either say yay or nay. If you say yay, then it continues on in the process. If you say nay, it stops. And then there's a point of reconsideration. Also clarify when we are bringing up certain organizations, and I think this is one of the things that I would like for just the public in general to understand. When you put things in writing, that is what you go by. In Section 115.5, when it says commission membership eligibility and important categories, the commission will consist of 13 persons broadly representative of the racial, social, economic, and cultural interests of the community, including those of the racial minority, immigrant, refugee, LGBTQ+, youth, faith, business, and other communities to reflect the overall demographics of Cleveland residents. At least 2 commission members must represent community organizations focused on civil rights issues. At least 1 commission member must represent or be knowledgeable of, as applicable, the issues of those who are limited English speakers, homeless, or who have mental illness and substance abuse disorders, those who have been directly impacted by violence or be a family member of a person who has been killed by police, those who have been incarcerated and exonerated where police were involved in the wrongful conviction or incarceration, gun violence survivors, or be a family member of a person killed by gun violence, an attorney with experience representing victims of police misconduct or criminally prosecuting police misconduct. A single commission member may fulfill more than one of these above categories where feasible. The mayor will seek to appoint at least 1 member between the age of 18 to 30 at the time of the appointment. And then it says, with the exception of no more than 3 police association representatives described below, no member may be served within the 5 years before the appointment as a law enforcement officer, have ever been an employee of the city's division of police or Department of Public Safety, or otherwise have been a city employee within the previous year. I'm saying this to say, like, we are bringing up things that bringing up specific organizations and groups that is not what the people of Cleveland voted for, and we need to be very careful as we are lifting up certain groups or organizations, and this is not to be disparaging of anyone. Let's look at what it actually says, not what we are assuming. Look at what it actually says and bringing forth to the table those things. While it is nice to have people from different organizations, at the end of the day, that is not what's required, and we really need to look at what the citizen of Cleveland said.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair,
Thank
if
you,
I
Mr.
could, because I want to
President.
make sure that
Yes.
we stay on focus with
We will.
what this committee's purpose is.
Thank
The
you.
committee's purpose is to make recommendations.
Yes.
This is not an ordinance. So we are vetting the candidates. We, as council members, individual and as a body, if we have questions about the representation on this commission, this is the time to have that discussion. So that's why we are having this discussion. I personally, and many other members of this body, believe that it is critical to think about the faith-based community as well as the Black Shield organization, which represents a significant portion. We are not trying to impede any of the process to try to put these commissioners in place. We are simply doing our job to vet the candidates that are set before us, make a recommendation, and once again, the real vote that ratifies the candidates is on the floor next Monday night. So please keep that in mind as we're vetting these candidates.
Thank you.
That's important to me and some other members of council, and that's why we're having this deliberation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Slife.
Thank you. Could you, back to the discussion about Mr. Jackson and the Black Shield, you had said one of the points was a question about residency. It sounds like there may be a dispute on the information, but you said residency was a consideration within that process. Is that correct? I want to make sure I heard you right.
Through the chairs, the charter does require that that members of any board or commission for the city of Cleveland be residents of the city of Cleveland.
Okay.
And so there was an initial question over Mr. Jackson's residency because the address that was listed was for the Black Shield, not a residence. And so there was questions around that initially, but again, that was not the sole or exclusive reason. So again, the decision was ultimately made in looking at all the candidates and nominees and who the mayor ultimately felt was best to move the commission forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, because within everything that Councilman House Jones just read about eligibility for this commission, there is zero reference to residency. And I will say my assumption, or my understanding the entire time had been, it's of course always preferable, but that there was an understanding that representatives from law enforcement may not be residents because they're representing an organization. They are not there as residents. They are, so is the administration saying it is elsewhere in the charter that would preclude a non-resident from serving on this commission?
Through the chairs, that's correct. It is somewhere else in the charter, so it is not listed in 115. I believe the charter section is section 75 of the charter, I believe, but I can verify that for council. But in that section of the charter, it explicitly states that any members of all board and commissions for the city of Cleveland must be residents of the city of Cleveland.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will look at that. My commentary is that this was kind of poorly written from the get-go, and I'm not sure if that was the intent of the voters, that's disappointing that that's the case, that the intent of the voters isn't represented fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Slife. I have Councilman Starr and Casey.
No, I think my point, questions were
Okay, thank
answered
you.
already.
Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One point of clarification. Are we voting on these appointments as a slate or as individuals?
We vote on individuals.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, to Chief Thomas, did anybody from or were they considered from the Hispanic Police Organization for representation?
Through the chairs, the Hispanic Police Officers Association was also reached out to as well in terms of helping to promote the applications and otherwise bring candidates forward if they had them.
And I don't think they're mentioned in 115, but is there a representation from the Hispanic Police Organization on the commission?
Through the chairs, no, there's not currently a representative of the Hispanic Police Officers Association.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Before we start calling the suggested appointees up, any other members? Yes, Ms. Gray.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question, Chief. All the candidates that's here, the appointees that's here in front of us, and they're all from Cleveland. Prior to the other candidates pertaining to, the chaos that they went through the last 2 years, was that a question that was asked to the new appointees to be aware that that's something that they need to understand that shouldn't happen moving forward if they are selected? If I'm asking the question, right? Because what everyone experienced and seen in the last 2 years of the other candidates, we know now since you got these appointees, and I know everyone viewed that over the last 2 years, they know that is subject that that would not be tolerated moving forward for them to do the job and making the right decisions for the commission,
Yeah.
as we want them to.
Mr. Thomas, do you care to comment on that? Because
Sure.
in my opening statement, I mentioned about the adversarial and caustic environment that took place at many of the meetings.
So yeah, through the chairs, yes, that absolutely was contemplated. One of the things that the administration did on the front end was revise the application to ask candidates to address how they deal with conflict, how they manage or navigate, conflict or just tough situations. We recognize that the work of the commission is charged work and it's intense work and it's passion work. And so there inevitably will be disagreements. There inevitably will be, moments where senses are heightened for a number of different reasons. And so that was, we made a concerted effort to discuss those types of things on the front end, not just in the application process, but also in the interview process as well. So the interviews that were live streamed available for the public to watch, we asked each and every nominee or person we interview to talk about how they deal with conflict and navigate those issues. And so the hope was to be able to better gauge, in these set of nominees, how they might deal with issues that arise.
Okay. All right. Thank
Council
you.
Lady?
Thank you. That's a great answer. I just hope and pray that they will be able to maintain their composure and have an understanding to build a partnership within this new selection moving forward on how to focus on this particular new commission, because a lot of the constituents voted this in for that help to be the partners and to be the partners for the constituents who voted this in for us to make something happen between the residents and the police force. So that's just a big concern, that we will be comfortable knowing that that type of aggressive and vigorous scene would not happen, moving forward, because we need to start making a difference. So that's a huge concern.
Councilor, you've expressed, what a lot of people have felt and have observed, and it's, again, you can disagree, and you can have healthy discussions, but at some point you got to be agreeable, and you got to work together. And when you have to have police officers at their meetings for fear of potential violence, is a sad commentary. That's a sad commentary in itself. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the councilman, chair of the appointment committee, who will call the nominees, the representatives to the table. They basically all have a sheet that we've passed out. We're just trying to get some basic understanding about them and from them. We're going to give you 5 minutes for an opening statement, opening comments, and then we'll jump right into some of the questions that members might have, because many of these people, of the 9 that have been submitted to me, or to us collectively, there are only 2 of there that I have interacted with at some level. So the majority of these folks are unknown to the majority members of City Council. So at this time, I'm going to ask Councilman Harsh to begin the process. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Chairman. So 1 hour in, we'll get started. First off, we would like to dismiss excuse the absence of Commissioner Chandra Marrero Benito. She is out of country. We will forward any questions we have for her at a later date. So moving past that, we will start with the first current member who is being recommended for reappointment. That is Ms. Sharina Zayed. If you could come forward, ma'am, have a seat with us, and we'll get this started. We'll start off by giving you 5 minutes to say whatever's on your mind.
And Mr. Chair, just briefly, with you and the Safety Chair, as well as the Chair of Mayor's Appointments Commission, Councilman Casey asked a great question. And to clarify what Councilwoman House was talking earlier, we are going to be forwarding recommendations from this to the next step, and it will be voted on. If there are members that we do not believe will sufficiently serve, to Councilman Starr's point, then we would probably not be moving them forward. And what we will be doing is asking the mayor to reconsider those appointments. So just to make sure that we have full clarity on how this process operates. Thank you.
And I'm the timekeeper here, so whenever you're ready to begin. Go ahead.
Through the chairs, just to make a point of clarification, or correction rather, for the record, earlier I stated Charter Section 75 for the residency requirement, but it's actually Section 74.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Ms. Ed, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and it may not take 5 minutes. One
Okay.
second. Okay, so I would like to be reappointed because I'm deeply committed to making lasting changes in policing and policy and public safety within Cleveland. My personal and lived experience, I think I would be an asset to the commission. My personal experience with police misconduct and gun violence drive my passion for accountability, transparency, and community-driven solutions. I'm currently serving as the co-chair, and I believe I still have a lot of work to do. I think that our commission got a lot of flack about interpersonal issues of just a few members, which overshadowed the immense amount of work that we've done, that we've actually accomplished. We actually have plans to work more closely with council. We are in the process of finalizing important policy in our hearing manual and things of that nature that, and I would like to continue that work.
That was, thank you, more than sufficient. Go ahead.
I know that Chairman Plensik had some series of questions that he wanted to go through with every candidate. Did you want to ask those
Yeah,
yourselves?
I'll run through. Chris, you can do
Sure.
it. Good. Yeah.
So we're going to ask every candidate this, so everybody
Yeah.
listening can sort of get a sneak peek. We'll make the veteran member go first. So what? Well, okay. So before I do that, Chair. Okay. Okay. Put Casey on the list, please.
Okay.
So which ward do you live in?
5.
5. And
The best, the best.
and how long have you lived in the city of Cleveland?
My whole life.
Whole life. And who is your current council member? Well, I don't know why we asked that. We know what ward you're in.
Richard Starr, yeah.
Okay. What is your perception and opinion of the Cleveland Division of Police?
I'll just go off what I wrote. First of all, I think we are fortunate to have a police department that receives the support of the city as CPD does. I think that over the past 2 years, I was able to work and get to know a numerous amount of Cleveland officers. And after working with them this past 2 years, my perception is that they are a passionate and dedicated group of individuals that work together to get the job done in really challenging times and under really challenging circumstances. Most officers that I speak with aren't really intimidated by the CPC or against it because they themselves are doing the right things. And most people that I've spoken with on the police department encourage us to do the work because they don't want to be judged by a few bad apples, and they want those that are doing the wrong thing to be held accountable. So for that, I feel like we are fortunate to have the group that we have.
Okay. And what motivated you to want to become a member of the CPC originally?
My family was personally impacted by police misconduct. I felt that my experiences would be an asset to the work, and multiple community members reached out to me and asked me to apply because they knew of the work that I've done in community as an organizer and the knowledge I have from my lived experience.
And what is your opinion on how the CPC has conducted itself thus far since its creation?
Overall, I thought we've done what we could do under the circumstances. I do believe that the conduct of a few commissioners is terrible. I do not believe that it's acceptable by any public official, let alone an adult for that matter. But I hope that the necessary support will be given to the CPC, and hopefully members, some of these nominees will be appointed so that those incidents will never happen again.
What can you personally bring to the CPC to improve its image and overall performance?
Just be responsible, be responsible for myself, be responsible for my behavior, and to support my peers to the best of my ability.
Do you support defunding the Cleveland Division of Police? And what are your thoughts on the present staffing levels within the division?
Okay, so I do not support defunding the police, but I do believe in allocating funds to areas where they can be best used. In a perfect world, the division would be fully staffed. I do believe that they are understaffed, but unfortunately, this is just like this isn't a Cleveland issue. This is a staffing issue. You know, departments are down across the country, and it's really like a workforce issue.
I believe the mayor recommends the current staffing level should be 1,350. 1,350. Is that the number that you would support currently? For when you say full staff?
Yeah, whatever the recommended full staffing of the CPD is, I support that.
What is your recommendations on how the Cleveland Police can improve their interactions with the community and overall image?
I'll start by saying that I do think that there are things that are currently being done right, programs in place that are making impact. I've had the pleasure of being involved in a reverse ride-along, and I thought that that was a great job CPD did with engaging and getting those cadets acclimated to their community and engaging with community. But if I had to make recommendations, they would be to conduct true and proper CPOP, that's community and problematic-oriented policing, maybe expand non-emergency response teams or expand alternate non-emergency response teams, address I would also like to see CPD publicly address and track all community complaints. I don't know, that's currently not being done in a transparent way, if you ask me. I would also ask that they continue to embrace the evolution of civilian oversight in Cleveland, and also ensure meaningful community input in shaping policy. So make sure that residents have the opportunities to shape policy at all phases of its creation.
Okay, just a few more. Do you believe that the Cleveland Division of Police has improved its overall operation with greater accountability, professional conduct, and transparency?
So I would say, honestly, overall, not yet, but they are making improvements. And I feel like we're still seeing, on the commission, we're still seeing some issues in certain areas. Not necessarily, like, for instance, we had a big issue over the past 2 years of sharing records and things like that, and now it's gotten better, but I think there's still room for improvement. But there are areas that they're doing right. Like, I'm really impressed by folks in the CPD's training area. I feel like Cleveland is doing a great job of making sure the officers have the most advanced and world-renowned training and opportunities to advance themselves. So I think they're doing a great job in that area. But overall, I think there's still a lot of work to do.
Okay. One more from me, and then I think Councilman Casey has a question. Do you believe that the Cleveland Division of Police should be able to use drones to monitor protest crowds, particularly if they are armed or?
I'll start by saying in that area, I support the Constitution of the United States. I support the First Amendment. Right now, CPC is doing its due diligence to ensure that the rights, these constitutional rights of the citizens are being upheld and honored. I believe that if circumstances arise to where something is, advanced surveillance is needed, that we should address it at that time. And as the co-chair, I support the work of my peers. I wasn't personally involved in any of the policy creation with the drones, but we used a group of experts from across the country to create that and form that. So I stand behind that work. And there are measures in that policy in place for emergency situations. And so I support the work done in the committee and also that work that was passed through the commission.
So for clarity, you did not vote yes or no on whether or not drones should be able to be used as a member of the commission?
I did, yeah. That's why I said I support the passing of that policy. And there is language in that policy that addresses emergency situations where the drones can be used.
Okay. So the policy that you supported was the one that prevents them from using it on their own, through their own decision-making, but allows for a usage if a threshold is met, or?
You know what, I support the policy that upheld the United States Constitution and that upheld the First Amendment rights of our
I'm
citizens.
specifically just talking to the policy passed by the Cleveland Police Commission.
I supported that policy,
Okay.
yes.
All right. I think Councilman Casey had a question he wanted to ask. Yep.
Are you going to let Councilman Polensek go first, or?
No, go ahead. No, I'm fine.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Zayed, if I'm not mistaken, you're the only current member that's going to be before the body who's actually sitting on the commission, because Ms. Benito's not here today, correct? My question, Mr. Chairman, to you, Ms. Zayed, is I want to touch on the executive director of the commission. The commission recommended the current executive director to the mayor. The mayor turned around and said no to that recommendation. Out of the current executive director, all this council has seen is an entitled attitude and asked for more and lawsuits. So the question to you, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Zayed, is what has been your role in trying to find a new permanent executive director for the Cleveland Police Commission?
So there was a motion passed through the commission for us to go through executive director hiring search, and that's what we've been doing. We've been working with Matt Cole within the HR department. We're currently, I think we received, I think it was it 40? Well, no, 30 applications, was it? We received approximately 30 applications. I believe the application portal was set to close January 31st, if I'm not mistaken. So I've been working really closely with HR to find a...
And Mr. Chairman, to either Ms. Zayed or the chief, how long has this process been going on since the mayor has said no and a new search has been underway?
What, 2 months? Yeah, I think we started the process with working with HR and the firm for since November, December.
All right, so, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Zayed or the chief, when did you send the recommendation for an executive director to the mayor, and then when did he respond with his recommendation?
Honestly, I cannot remember those days off the top of my head, but I can definitely send you an email with the timeline of the executive director.
Chief, would you know?
Through the chair, I also don't have that information in front of me right now, but I can absolutely find it.
Does July of 2023 sound right?
Approximately, through the chair. Yeah.
All right, so, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Zayed, one of the issues with the police commission is that they're not moving quick enough, right? And here, you knew from July 2023 that the mayor was not going to go with the recommendation of the police commission for a new executive director, and the commission has waited until, in your own words, November of 2024 to take action on that, which is a year and 4 months later. Can you see our hesitancy with any member of the Cleveland Police Commission moving forward when it takes something like a year and 4 months just to come up with the idea of going for a search for a new executive director? And this is just one example of the hesitancy that some people in the city have with the police commission and the length of time that it takes to get things actually done, which is what everybody wants, right? And you, unfortunately, the only one that we can ask this to, because you're the only current member that's coming to the table today. So can you see, as co-chair, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Zayed, as a co-chair of the Police Commission, if this takes a year and 4 months to get right, where's the confidence that we have with any current member of the Police Commission moving forward that you're actually going to be able to get things done in a timely manner?
Okay, so I guess I would say I do understand the frustration and the perceived delays, but with everything that's done in government in the city, it's a process, and unfortunately, sometimes those processes take time. And sometimes the length of time it takes is out of any one person's hands, especially when a group of people kind of have to collectively agree on something. So I would say that the only thing we can do is learn from that situation in the future, do a better job of expediting situations like that.
And Mr. Chairman and Ms. Said, I can understand that, but trying to run through something through the city, we're under the impression that you guys are separate, right? You're your own separate entity. So working with the city is good, and we all know on this side of the table how long it takes to get somebody hired, but it shouldn't take you a year and 4 months just to come up with the idea of hiring a firm to go out and try to find a new executive director, because this police commission does not have the right executive director leading it. And we believe that that could be some of the holdups of things proceeding going forward. So I really hope that now that you have your 30 applicants, that it doesn't take another 16 months to review those applicants and come up with a recommendation to the mayor that he can approve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I respond through the chair? Well, I would just say that I appreciate your feedback, and you're entitled to your opinion. And what I could do is send you a detailed timeline of things that happened, because it wasn't that cut and dry as the mayor making a decision and then us just immediately going to finding a firm to do hiring. So we had to even agree on the process for that. So I'll send you a timeline for that.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the work that you attempted to do and the work that you're going to do moving forward if you're recommended for passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Next on the list is Council President Griffin.
Thank you. First of all, I want to just commend Ms. Zayed. We really have had some great discussions, and really I want to tell this body that I'm very impressed with, her keen sense of understanding of what this commission is supposed to be doing, her professionalism, and I just wanted to make sure I underscored that before I go into my line of questioning. First thing first, Ms. Zayed, you actually experienced a personal tragedy. Although it was not at the hands of police, it was a personal tragedy. So you actually represent one of the key components, which is somebody who has actually experienced something, and is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. First of all, my most sincere condolences. I definitely understand a little bit about that. Couple of things on the technical side. General police orders. Are you familiar with the general police orders of the Cleveland Division of Police? Or has anybody ever trained or went through any sessions on really helping you all understand the general police orders?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever in your professional career had to discipline someone?
Yes.
Okay. Could you give me an example of how you went about disciplining those, where you basically use strict rules and regulations as opposed to how you feel?
Okay. So there was a time where I was a consultant for a company, and I outsourced work to assist me with the project, and the person that I outsourced was not doing a great job. They were kind of going rogue, doing their own thing, so I had to reel them back in. It was something that was able to be resolved with just a conversation, but what I did was just kind of took that time to kind of redirect them and educate them on what the company we were serving, what their policy was. And even though we were independent contractors during that time, that while we were working for those individuals, that we had to follow those policies of the company, I provided the information to them, reviewed it with them, and asked if there were any questions that they had. And then after that, we kind of monitored their actions after that. And things worked out. They were able to move forward with the project with no issues.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the reason I bring that up, and I actually hope that all of the commissioners will answer that question about general police orders. I was fortunate enough, or fortunate or unfortunate, to be locked in a room for about a year with now Safety Director Drummond and actually one of the police commissioners, Jim Chura, when we had to review cases, and I had to review as a civilian. And one of the things I learned in that process is it doesn't matter how I feel. Doesn't matter what I think is right or wrong. It matters if they broke the general police order or not. So one of the things that I really want to make sure that I understand from this commission is if they're able to withstand the heat or pressure of politics and personal agendas that a lot of people have. The reason I asked about how you go about things, you know, how you've had your personal as far as professional experience as well as making sure that they recognize that part of their job, as part of our job, as part of the city's job, is to hold people accountable based on general police orders, policies, and procedures. So I really want to make sure that all of the everybody understands that as we move forward, because that's critical to me in me vetting any of these candidates. Last thing, Mr. Chair, and I do want to ask if the law department, and if maybe I'll direct that to Mr. Thomas, is the city indemnified if the board is sued, or do we have indemnification if the board, the police commission, is sued? Do we know that, or have we ever gotten an opinion on that?
Through the chairs, generally speaking, so if the board makes decisions in their capacity as a board, same as with any other department, board, commission, et cetera, throughout the city, the Department of Law is responsible for providing representation through that. Should there be conflicts of interest, do we look at outside counsel or those types of things?
Mr. Chair, I would really like to make sure that we get an opinion. I know that there's a couple of lawsuits that are going on, and I want to understand if we, as a city, are responsible when this board, the way that it's structured and the way that it was actually put together, is more independent than some of these other bodies that we have. So I don't think it is always fair for the city to be on the hook if there's a lawsuit that takes place when this board is actually independently vetted. The last thing, Mr. Chair, is use of force. Ms. Zayed, what do you consider use of force? And I just want to give you a couple examples. Do you believe that police officer unholstering their weapon is considered use of force, or do you consider multiple police officers that show up in a force multiplier use of force?
Taking your gun out is considered a use of force. Multiple officers, no.
Okay. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Next up is Councilman Slife.
And this is really a question for Councilman Polensek, perhaps. Are we still anticipating that there'll be a safety committee hearing on the drone policy? Or as I don't want to start asking questions about Ms. Zayed's comments on that decision, if this is the appropriate place.
We have not decided that as yet. I have had discussions with the safety director about it, because I understand very well the concerns of CPD as it pertains to the utilization of drones. Obviously, they want to be able to utilize them in situations that could arise, and so we haven't made that decision yet.
Okay, I would request that be scheduled, because
Okay.
I question the concerns of the constitutionality. There's still a right to assemble. This is not an unreasonable search and seizure, and I think that, I mean, frankly, I honestly question if we're conflating the peaceful right to assemble with civil disobedience. And while there is certainly a legacy in this nation of civil disobedience doing great things, by its nature, civil disobedience is illegal. The point is that it's illegal and drawing attention. So I think we'll put a pin in that for later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Up next, Councilwoman House Jones.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Ms. Zayed, good morning.
Good morning.
Just a question. In your comments, just my basic question, what does support look like for the commission? Because you made a statement that said, with the appropriate support. So can you share what you believe in your experience? What does support look like for the commission?
Okay. Honestly, just number one, taking meetings. I was able to have great conversation and work things out with, council members and other people in different departments by us just meeting and having conversation, and the openness and willingness to engage with members of the CPC. Also, helping us with provide adequate staffing for the commission. If all of our roles are filled, we can work like a well-oiled machine, I would say, and that's, honestly through the budget.
Okay. That's the basic question I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Ms. Zayed, first of all, I want to thank you for, you're one of the member of the commission that has reached out to me more than any of them. We've talked, you've come to my office, we've interacted about different issues pertaining to the CPC, so I certainly appreciate that. My concern is and we're going to, as Councilman Slife indicated, we're going to drill down deeper, is the drone policy. I was here in May of 2020 for the protest. I was asked by Black on Black Crime Incorporated and a group of pastors to be here to walk with them from the Free Stamp up to the Justice Center, which I did. And I personally viewed what took place firsthand. I didn't have to watch it on TV. I was there. And I saw innocent, elderly, church ladies and men having to flee down Lakeside Avenue, run for their lives in light of what was taking place, with projectiles being thrown at police officers, at horses, pure insanity that erupted. And I said to myself then, maybe had we had drones up, we could identify some of these outside instigators and quite frankly, terrorists that came into Cleveland to commit this. Because it wasn't, did some of our home-based characters get involved in this? Yes. But the main perpetrators came in from outside. And we all saw it. We saw the New York plates. We saw the out-of-state plates. And had we had drones up, maybe we could have identified and brought those individuals to justice. So I need to express that to you. We have to not only protect our men and women in blue, but we have to protect citizens who were there for peaceful protests to exercise their constitutional rights and were denied that because of that chaos and that anarchy that took place. So as we get further and we deep dive on this issue, I have to express to you and the other members who will be coming for this committee, there is great concerns by the Division of Police as it pertains to the action taken by CPC. You know that, with regard to the drone policy. They feel it restricts their ability to deal with an unruly situation that could develop or violence that could develop. And so I want you to think about that. I'm going to have that same discussion with the Federal Monitor and other folks as well. We've got to, again, protect, I want to leave it at this point, we've got to protect our men and women in blue, but we also protect our citizens who are here to exercise their constitutional rights and were denied that day. I want to say that again. They were denied their right to protest because of what took place. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else? Yes, Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. How you pronounce your last name? Zaire. I appreciate you still being on board as of now, but I'm sorry. I appreciate you still being on board as of now, and I just want to refer back to your first statement of your position, and what you do in your position when you had the first question from Councilman Harsh, of your abilities and what you do in your position.
As co-chair?
Yes, co-chair.
Okay, so as co-chair, I basically act as leadership of the commission. So it's basically the same as any other commissioner, but we are allowed to speak publicly and make comments on behalf of the commission with approval, and also we work with the staff more closely and help and assist with more of the administrative task of running the commission. We tend to have meetings with partnering organizations, just as Councilman, Councilman Polensek stated, I've met with him multiple times to kind of move forward work that the commission needed council support and information with, and also we lead and run the full commission meetings.
Okay, okay. And the reason why I asked that question, as you know, by you coming to the council meetings and presenting your agenda of what's been going on when you were invited to the council meetings, several times when I have, that's why I want to know your position as because you said that you have with administration, of getting administration information, as of when I asked a couple of times about sending me some information on the groups that were nominated to get funded, you know, the citywide organizations and the groups, and I asked, could I have that information emailed to me twice to you when you came to the table twice before, and you said that you will get that to me, and that has not happened yet. So that's why I wanted to know your position, because by you being co-chair, if you get busy and understanding that what council requests from the CPC, because it's not council's position to search that information when you come to the table and when you fund organizations and they are listed citywide. And I had said that those citywide organizations I had not seen in the community of Ward 4, but the Pacific two that were in Ward 4, I had their information, and you said that you was going to get that to me. And twice you did not get that to me, as even today, I still don't have that information of the ones that's citywide, whether they're funded or not. I still asked, could you get the information to me? And you said you would, and I'd never gotten it. And by your position being co-chair, if you get busy in the midst of not able to get that information to council, I'm just suggesting that your co-chair or maybe someone in one of the commissioners could assist with you if you're overwhelmed or doing too much, because I know basically the co-chairs have a lot of things that they're working on and have to do, as you just spoken. But just to be more attentive to what the council asked, and it was asked twice, and I did not follow up with you to say why I didn't get it. I know during that vertical time, the 2 years that y'all was dealing with a lot of chaos, that may have been, that may probably, you probably wasn't able to focus to do that. I don't know, but I'm just saying that in the position as a co-chair, as my position as a council, I know sometimes we get overwhelmed and we kind of forget to do stuff as maybe even not even getting back to a resident in enough time. So believe me, this is not something I'm holding against at all, but I'm simply saying that in the future, if you're not able to get that to the council, could you have someone else in the commissioners to assist with getting information to us that is vital for our community, since these groups are funded per se? That's something that needs to be looked into. Okay.
Through the chair, thank you for bringing that up and bringing that to my attention. I apologize for that, for overlooking that, and I'll have that sent today.
Okay, just saying that no one's here perfect, and there's no blame or no fault. Just to say that that is vital information to the CPC. That is one reason why you guys were created, because I supported this 100%. I have nothing against it. I am all for it. I'm one of the ones that supported it. Okay, however, but that's something that needs to be attended to, because these organizations that's getting funded and they're not doing the job in our community, that is imperative for us to know what are they doing, who are they are, and that information is needed per se, so I can follow up with these organizations that's not doing what they're supposed to do. And if I have to, and the CPC is in a position to give us that information and stuff, that's something that that need to be first and foremost on your agenda. Okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Ms. O'Day Martin, could we work with the Councilwoman to make sure she gets the information that she's requesting? We'll just help facilitate that as well. Thank you. All right, no further questions for Ms. Zayed. It is not lost on us that you are one of the few people seeking to return to the body, and that it's been I'm sorry, Councilman Starr, did you have?
Yes, so for my clarification, as a board member, do the board members to the chair do not get any appointments or recommendation for any appointments to the chair?
To the councilman, we will make recommendations at the end of this. We will make recommendations or perhaps withhold recommendation to the Finance Committee for their final approval.
I'm asking, no, to the
Oh.
chair, I'm asking if the board or the police commission, do they get any say-so or recommendation or any appointments for
Through the chair to
vacant seats
decide,
or
did you
anything
have
to that?
a say in who would be recommended to this body?
No, I do not.
Councilman, was that the question?
And then throughout that process, you are not able to see any applicants or anything? You just find out once the decision are made through the chair?
Correct. Because I went through the process, I was just like a regular citizen. I didn't have any prior knowledge of who applied. I watched the interviews just as the general public did, and yeah.
I think if I may, Councilman, the question might be to Chief Spencer. Did you involve present members of the CPC in making recommendations?
Yeah, through the chairs. So the CPC did not have formal recommendations to fill the vacancies. However, we did feel it was important to include some commission input. And so the co-chair, Dr. John Adams, was included in the interview process for the current vacancies, with the exception of we did not have him participate in the interviews for Ms. Zayed and for Ms. Benito.
Yep, and through the chair, I believe, isn't it required that someone between the age of 18 and 30 should serve through the chair?
Through the chairs, that is not an explicit requirement. It is a recommendation that the mayor would make an effort to find someone within the age of 18 to 30.
That's where it says that feasible if
Correct.
if you
Correct,
can't
where
find
feasible.
someone.
Correct. And through the chairs,
chair.
one of the nominees is under 30.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Ms. Zayed, as I was saying, you're seeking reappointment to this after your 2 years of experience, so your commitment to the mission is not lost on us, so thank you. And we're going to move on to the next person. If anybody's wondering, we are just going in the order in which the mayor listed his recommendations to the commission. That started with the 2 reappointments. Up next in the order that the mayor's letter was received by us is, I believe it's Ms. Tara Coleman. If you could come forward. Yes. And Ms. Coleman, you have 5 minutes when you're ready, if you have any opening statements you'd like to make, and then we will begin. And we encourage everybody to use your outdoor voice. We have microphones. This is so that you can be picked up on YouTube, so that the people watching at home can hear you as well. And then we ask all, yeah, and you'll want to almost breathe onto this thing. And we also ask that all questions are directed through the chair, so that we use Robert's rules here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pull your microphone up there. Pull it up, right, real close to you, because we're not going to hear you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. So, as mentioned, I'm Tara Coleman, born in Huntington, West Virginia, and raised in South Point, Ohio. It's the most southern point of Ohio. And I give you that background because I am Appalachian, which does bring a unique perspective to life and how I assess things. And at the same time, being from Huntington, that's also, while Appalachian, but a drug-riddled urban environment. I have been in the city of Cleveland now for a little over 12 years, and I've come to be passionate and love the city of Cleveland. I do give time back to my community since I've been here as an attorney in town, and I see the commission as a way to actually make a significant impact using the skills and assets that I have that I feel that I can bring. And I do believe that I can potentially significantly add value to the commission. And thanks for having me today.
Okay, Ms. Coleman, welcome to Cleveland. I am half Appalachian, but
Where are you from?
Oh, I know I'm from Canton, but my ancestors. Half my family is from Oak Hill, West Virginia, and we visit often. And I consider the holler to be my second home.
Yes, I know about a holler.
I don't even know what a holler is. Anyway.
Okay, so Ms. Coleman, thank you for being here today. I'm just going to go through the same questions that
Yeah.
you heard previously. The first one is, what ward do you live in, and who is your council representative there?
I am in the current Ward 3, and my councilman is Carrie McCormick.
Okay. And how long have you lived in the city of Cleveland?
12 years.
12, okay. What is your perception and opinion of the Cleveland Division of Police?
So I think like most police forces in large cities, that I perceive the division as an organization with an extremely difficult job, with significantly high stakes, and they have to do that job really well under intense pressure. And with that comes challenges, and that's my perception, which I think we are seeing in most police divisions across our nation.
Okay. And what motivated you to want to become a member of the Cleveland Police Commission?
So, kind of as I said in my opening, I do view serving on the commission simply as an opportunity for me to utilize my skill sets to make a positive impact on the Cleveland community. And I really do feel like this is a way for, and when I say skill sets, just as far as me being able to bring creative insights or ideas on how to improve efficacy, being able to analyze policies. I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to actually add value, and that's what brought me to the opportunity.
Okay. What is your opinion on how the CPC has conducted itself since its creation?
So my opinion is that it has conducted itself in a way that has potentially impacted the community's trust in police reform, and probably also impacts police officers' trust in that process as well. And hopefully we can bring structure and get off the ground in a bit more cohesive and collaborative way. And I would like to add, though, that I think this commission has and does do good work that unfortunately has been overshadowed by certain instances. And so those instances have happened, and that's what probably has created a bit of mistrust in the process. But I think the work has to go forward.
What can you personally bring to the CPC to improve its image and overall performance?
So, insight into potential conflict resolution, and also creative ways to increase efficacy and collaboration. So through my past experiences and work on various boards, I do feel like that's where I'm a value add, and even in my own work, working with teams to help kind of bring efficiency to processes.
Thank you. Do you support defunding the Cleveland Police, and what are your thoughts on the present staffing levels within the division?
And so I actually am not sure. The term defunding the police, is not clear to me. I did get the written question. However, I will say I support improving the Cleveland Division of Police, and I support improving police and community relations. And very few things in life can be improved with less money.
Okay. Duly noted. Do you believe that the division should be staffed at the current recommendation of the mayor, which is 1,350 personnel?
I actually have not seen the data that is the rationale behind where the Cleveland Police Department needs to be staffed at. And so I would not be prepared without being able to understand where it actually needs to be if I support that specific number, as I'm not sure where it comes from.
Okay. It's the mayor's budget. What are your recommendations on how the Cleveland Police can improve their interactions with the community and its overall image?
I think a change in mindset could be helpful, and a change in mindset in that the camaraderie among officers, which is beautiful and very important, can sometimes come into a this versus us mentality. And if we could change the mindset of more towards community policing and a collaborative effort, which I hope can be achieved through policy and training, I think that is a way, well, generally for police forces anywhere, to improve.
Do you believe the Cleveland Division of Police has improved its overall operation with greater accountability, professional conduct, and transparency?
So when I reviewed the latest report from the independent monitoring team, which has charts tracking these exact things, as far as accountability, it seemed that a majority of those markers were only in partial compliance. With respect to transparency, you have the big red there. There are several non-compliance, and I think just a majority were either non or partial compliance. And so, I think that is the data, though, that is the team doing the work and putting it together for us to objectively answer whether or not improvements are being made. So I would leave it at that report.
Okay. And then my last question, as I mentioned in my opening remark, I don't think the greatest threat to civil liberty or public safety is the Black Lives Matter movement. I think the greatest threat to public safety right now in America is white supremacy and a resurgent neo-Nazi movement in America. As we've seen in this country, those protesters, if that's probably too polite of a word, are often willing to arm themselves when they go into cities. As it pertains to the use of drones by the police to gather information and monitor the activity of large groups of people, protests or otherwise, do you support the Department of Police ability to use drones to keep an eye on large crowds?
And so my understanding of the policy shift currently here in Cleveland is that it is to limit the use of drones, which I imagine the rationale behind that policy is to not chill freedom of speech, to respect the rights of citizens, which I agree are appropriate and valid rationales to support any policy. And on the flip side, I have not seen the actual data to show that drones do increase improving safety. If the efficacy of drones improving safety is a valid notion, then it's a balancing act of our citizens' rights and their safety. So that's where I'm at with that. I don't really see that it actually is improving safety. The use of drones, that is.
Okay. That's the end of the forum questions. I'll open it to colleagues. I believe I was supposed to go to him first and then Dean. Okay, then I believe Council President Griffin.
Just a couple of things. Same thing that I asked a couple of the other folks. Have you ever read or become familiar with the General Police Orders of the Cleveland Division of Police?
I have seen general police orders of the Cleveland Division of Police. I am not familiar and I have not worked with general orders. My understanding of general orders and from a cursory review is that they are the policies and guidelines that drive operations and actions of a police department. And so while I don't have experience specifically within police departments, I do have experience in internal investigations. And so I look at these very similar and same documents that guide operations and actions within large companies as I'm assessing their compliance and improvements that can be made through the internal investigation process.
Thank you, and that's great to have a lot of experience in how to develop it, but at some point there may be discipline involved. Have you ever disciplined an employee, or have you ever been in a position where you had to provide progressive discipline to any employee?
I have never been in a position to provide what would be official technical discipline just from a labor and employment perspective, but I do have experience in supervising throughout my work, and I guess informal discipline wouldn't be the word, but informal, I say guidance or taking actions in response to behavior, yes, I've done, but not from an HR perspective to have said that I have disciplined someone.
Thank you. Do you consider a police officer raising their voice or yelling at a resident or yelling at someone in order to try to get a crowd under control a violation or an offense?
So you could not know whether any use of force is a violation without understanding what it is in response to. Your use of force needs to be appropriate into what you're trying to manage. I would imagine there are instances where it could be perceived as a use of force. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Does anybody else have questions? I forgot to turn my own mic on. Does anybody else have questions? I'm looking right. I'm looking left. I hear yes. Councilwoman House Jones.
Yes, through the chair, To Tara, good morning. Just having just a general question, what does support look like for the commission from your perspective?
Support from whom? Support
In
from-
general, Ego, in this case, what, in your idea, and again, what does support look like in general? How would you define support for the commission? And then specifically, in addition to that, what does support look like from Cleveland City Council to the commission?
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So I think support for the commission would be allowing the commission to get its own structure in place to kind of put policy forward in an efficient way. And so, and I think even just from a staffing perspective, getting a staff attorney on staff to help with kind of, there are some really technical kind of analytical things that have to be done in order to move the work of the commission forward, and just sheer support from even a legal perspective in that way, I think could be helpful for the commission. And as far as city council goes, I think this is a community civic-based organization that simply needs that camaraderie, that pat on the back, that understanding that the city wants us here, has our back, and is supportive of us moving things forward.
Thank you.
Councilman, anything else?
Not at this
No?
time.
Okay. Any other colleagues?
Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman Gray and then Starr.
Yes, I just want to, that was a great answer. So my question is that's one of the reasons why you applied for this position, you know, for the CPC? When you got the application, when you went online and you seen what was needed, you know, was that one of the reasons why you applied for this position, as you just answered to Councilwoman House?
Absolutely. I genuinely do feel as if I have a unique set of skills that fit right in this position to where I think I can genuinely probably add value.
Thank you. Councilman Richard Starr.
No, my question would be to the chair for clarification. Are you in support of usage of drones or not? To the chair.
Am I in support of uses of drones? Only in the instance if it is actually improving safety, in an instance where it is needed to improve safety. And that's when I would be in support of the use of a drone.
Okay, also to the chair. For this position that you applied for, was anybody that currently works for the city of Cleveland from the mayor's administration approach you and ask you to apply for this position in order for you to be here today, through the chair?
No, absolutely not. I approached them, though.
And through the chair, do you have any relationships as far as with different people that work in administration prior to you accepting this, applying for this position, through the chair?
Absolutely. I have a professional and social relationship. Delonte Spencer Thomas is an attorney here in town. I would say I'm close with most of our successful black attorneys that are here. I think we have a niche group and we support each other. Could you, through the chair, follow up on what type of relationships he would like elaboration on?
To the
Counselor?
chair, just want to see, I know everyone has social media, everyone have different friends, different crews and clans that we hang out with. That's fine to me, but just wanted to see if we're building up a coalition of individuals to be on the commission that have a great relationship with the person that's appointing them. So therefore, it'd be like, hey, I'm not going to rock the boat because you put me here, through the chair.
Oh, no. And I would say that I have a great relationship with Mayor Bibb, and I feel as if my appointment on here is, I don't see, this is an independent community commission. And so if there are any biases to be had, like, this is not the place for that. And I have not talked to Mayor Bibb about this appointment, or I approached the administration when I saw that the application came about. And I'm also not sure of what instances where, I guess you said rock the boat, or I don't see a community civilian commission as a place that could or could not, I guess, go to anyone's personal agenda. The work that we do here, I don't see the place or avenue for that to actually be an actuality.
All right, thank you. And through the chair, to Ms. Coleman, is there a time that you can elaborate on a time that you were in a job setting where you completely wholeheartedly disagree with your supervisor on something that you had to do that the supervisor wanted you to do? Can you explain that situation, if it has happened, and how you were able to have that situation, if you are in complete disagreement on something that your supervisor asked you to do through the chair?
Absolutely, yeah. If there is a disagreement, there has been, if there's a disagreement on a strategy or a filing, especially a filing, because as attorneys, we have professional rules of conduct that we have to abide by to put our name on anything. And yes, there has been a disagreement, and the resolution is, I didn't file it. I'm not going to put my name on it. And if we're going to go that route, then you have to find another associate that can. Obviously, I'm not an associate now, but I'm giving a past example.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Ms. Coleman, thank you very much for coming in today and for sitting with us and answering these questions. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Moving down the list in order of the mayor's nominations, up next is, I believe it's Ms. Maya Kincaid. If you could come forward. And we will begin to enter broken record period here as we start to repeat the same things, but Ms. Kincaid, you have 5 minutes of your own. Please speak loudly into the microphone, and we do everything through the chair. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I am Maya Kincaid, lifelong Cleveland resident, and I was very interested when I saw the application for the CPC come up again. I believe this is actually my second time applying. I come from a background of both finance and retail banking and hospitality, which I describe as the most overlooked type of service to the community that one can do. And I think that my skill set and my propensity for relationship building and my desire to be a help to my community adds value to this commission.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and get started with the same questions that you've heard. First off, Ms. Kincaid, which ward do you live in and who is your council person?
So I am a lifelong resident of Ward 7, but I was recently married and my husband and I now live in Ward 10, but I still have a mailing address in Ward 7. So Ms. Stephanie House and Anthony Harrison, I believe, whom I have not had an opportunity to meet.
Okay. And I believe you said you have been a lifelong resident of Cleveland.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
33 long years.
All right. And what is your perception and opinion of the Cleveland Division of Police?
I believe that the division seems genuinely eager to grow. My father, or my stepfather, rather, was a Cleveland police officer for 35 years. And I got to observe the police from a couple of different perspectives. I have seen things change and adjust over the time that I've been here and been conscious of what is going on with the police department. And I think that my general perception is, like I said, they seem eager to grow and open to connecting with the community in a different way than they have before.
The next question is, what motivated you to want to become a member of the CPC?
I wanted to be a part of this work. Having grown up around police, as I mentioned, my entire life, I think people would assume that my bias would lean very hard toward the police. On the other hand, it's given me an idea of the duality between police and civilians. And so when I looked at the work that the CPC does, I thought that my personal experience and insight could really lend something to understanding what that looks like from both sides Because I think that's a big part of what will change and improve, is that sometimes neither of these entities understand each other in a way that is productive. I think I have a unique perspective on that.
Okay. And as you said, you did apply for the first round of seatings of the Police Commission. I assume that you've watched some of it. What is your opinion of how the CPC has conducted itself so far?
I'm going to be honest, I did try to tune out after seeing some of the dysfunction. One, because I didn't want to create judgments about the individuals. However, I think that it has left us with nowhere to go but up. I think there's nowhere to go from here but to improve. And I think that if we are given the proper resources and support, as those who've spoken before me mentioned, I think this can really be a very positive thing. I tried not to, as I mentioned, focus too much on the dissension and focus on the intention behind the work. I haven't necessarily seen where a ton has gotten done, but I did see where, as I mentioned, the intention has been placed. I think that certain issues have wasted a lot of time, and I would hope that this next body can actually move forward in implementing policy and getting effective work done instead of the kind of infighting that's occurred so far.
Okay. Next question is, what can you personally bring to the CPC to improve its image and overall performance?
My plucky attitude. I think that I am just a very community-centric person. And as I mentioned in my interview for the CPC, I would love to see myself as a part of a building block to the bridge between police and community, even a bridge between the boards that work together in this oversight, like the is it CRPB? The Community Police Review Board. Sorry, I get the acronym all mixed
Alphabet
up.
soup.
Yes, the alphabet soup. But I think that there are several things that need to be bridged and relationships that need to be built. And as I mentioned, I tend to have a propensity for building relationships because they're very important to any work that we want to get done.
Next question is, do you support defunding the Cleveland Division of Police? I suppose that would mean reducing funding. And what are your thoughts on the present staffing levels within the division?
No, I don't support defunding the Cleveland Division of Police. So as Tara mentioned, I don't think defunding can actually improve the application. If anything, I think that funding should be appropriated to things that not only improve the lives of police so that they can better serve their communities. I think that goes to anything. So I'll use an example. I'm a mother, for example. I advocate for mothers. And one of the things I talk about in terms of improving the lives of children is improving the lives of mothers. I think the same way about the police. If you want the police to be an effective part of the community they serve, then you would have to improve the way that they do their job and make it reasonable and functional. And I don't think defunding them would support that. In terms of staffing, I would also have to say that I would want to see maybe the data behind the recommendation, but I don't see a reason why I wouldn't support whatever the mayor's recommendation would be for staffing par levels.
Sorry, I'm giving the notes down here. Okay. Next question is, what are your recommendations on how the Cleveland Police can improve its interactions or their interactions with the community and their overall image?
So my stepfather, as I called him my dad too, as I was fortunate to have two dads, he lived and worked in the ward that he policed my entire life. And he was able to build really abundant relationships in that ward, and people trusted him, and not only with their safety, but in his decision making, because they saw him at the grocery store, because he went to church in our community, because they could see him walking our dog down the street, even when he was off duty. I think that a focus on community-centric policing would improve the relationship between the communities and the police, obviously, and it would also affect the way that the police see the people that they're policing. I also think transparency is very important to improve relationships. I think any relationship can only grow from transparency and accountability. And I think accountability is not a negative thing, neither is feedback. Accountability is just being able to say that as a human, as a body of humans, maybe in this instance, we didn't make the right decision, but we are committed to making the right decision in the future. And that just builds trust. People have to be able to trust the officers that are protecting them. And the police have to be able to trust that they'll have the support of their city when they have to make hard decisions on behalf of that community.
Thank you. Number 12. Next question is, do you believe the Cleveland Division of Police has improved its overall operation with greater accountability, professional conduct, and transparency through this process so far?
I think that they're trying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Full answer. So the drone issue, we've said it a few times. The question essentially is, do you think the Cleveland Police Department can use drones to keep eyes on a large crowd, be it a protest or a disturbance? What are your thoughts on the use of drones by the Cleveland Police Department?
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I know enough about the policy itself to make yes or no or support or not support recommendation. But what I would say is that on the one hand, maybe I watch too many movies, but I could imagine the usefulness of drones in terms of reconnaissance or understanding what our police would be walking into in certain circumstances. If it were just a matter of like oversight, like we want to see, there's a crowd forming for whatever reason, and we want to be able to see what's happening before we send physical people in so that they know what they're walking into. I can understand that and the necessity or the desire for that. On the other hand, in terms of the Constitution or, privacy rights or any of those things, I think I would have to do more research in regard to how those drones are used and what type of capabilities those drones would have in terms of like audio, how, the depth of video, those type of things to determine whether or not it's ethical. So I personally wouldn't at this moment feel comfortable with a agree or disagree, yay or nay.
Okay. I will open the questioning up to my colleagues. If anybody has, Council President Griffin.
Yeah, so just the same line of questioning as I asked everyone. Are you familiar or have you ever been, have you ever monitored or looked at, sorry about that. Have you ever become familiar with general police orders for the Cleveland Division of Police?
I am familiar with the term, but I haven't done any extensive research, no.
Have you ever been responsible for developing or monitoring any policies and procedures for any organization?
Yes.
Could you give me an example?
A specific example?
Through the chair, yes.
Oh, through the chair. So I have been a leader in a couple of different places corporately in my work. So responsible for hiring, firing, disciplinary action, which I consider more coaching than discipline, if I'm being honest. I don't think that it's ever been easy for me to strip someone of their livelihood, but when necessary, I feel like I am very capable of doing so, especially and only when policy has been violated as set out by that particular organization. And I like to believe that I am fair and impartial in regard to that. Whether I like you or not, if it is unethical or against policy, then there are steps that have to be taken.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, last question. What do you consider, and I know this is broad, I want to try to make it more narrow. I've been trying to give examples. Use of force. Do you consider use of force someone unholstering their weapon? Or do you consider use of force when multiple officers show up as a force multiplier?
I believe that use of force would have to be determined by circumstances. I think that whether or not use of force is necessary kind of lends to how I would answer that question. I think unholstering a weapon is, yes, it is a use of force to a degree, but again, if that use of force is necessary and makes sense, then it makes sense. In certain circumstances, I could see where it would not. I also don't think that the presence of multiple police officers should be seen as a use of force, but I can understand as a civilian why it is viewed that way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else? Looking left, looking right. Councilwoman House Jones.
Yes, through the chair to Mrs. Kincaid, good morning.
Good morning.
Or good afternoon. Seeing that, based on your experience being in a family, a police family, as well as a civilian now seeking an appointment on the commission, can you share what type of training do you think you will need to be set up for success on the CPC?
That's a great question. Thank you. Through the chair. Through the chair? Okay. Personally, I would like an opportunity to do a little more of a deep dive into understanding policy work and how policy is created. I would also like to be trained in a little more in depth on police policy, or as Councilman Griffin was referring to, like those codes. I'm sorry, what were they?
General police orders.
The general police orders. Thank you. Sorry. All the, again, the word or the alphabet soup. I would like to learn more in regard to those general police orders. And I would like to be trained on the past work that's been done, what work is stalled and in need of moving forward. And I think that we actually were off to a very good start in terms of some level of training. I think that as a total commission, we could definitely utilize a continued access to some social and emotional training and team building training.
Thank you.
Great question, Councilwoman. Anybody else?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gray.
Yes. Just echoing off on Councilwoman House. I'm reading your additional information about your person that raised in a household with police. And due to that, when you went out and viewed the application, by you having been raised in a household with police, but you also a civilian, what piqued your interest to apply for it so you can move forward in this position?
So one of the represented groups that I noticed on the charter and on the application was in regard to those who have direct, I think it's put like, are directly affected by mental health. And as it relates to relationship to the police, essentially that's what it boils down to. And so while I was raised in a household with a Cleveland police officer and several other police by proxy, obviously, that was my stepfather who married my mother when I was very young. My father, my biological father, who I was also extremely close to, was a Army veteran who unfortunately suffered from mental health disorders, multiple severe mental health disorders, the entirety of his life. And that resulted in him having a less than positive relationship with the police. So while on one hand, I lived in a household with a police officer, on the other hand, my other household was not the most positive representation of how the police interact with the public. And I found myself often in between those things. And so when I read about the work that the CPC does and I read through the application, I saw myself and my experience represented there and wanted to be a part of that work.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, great answer. And just the last question is, building, when you stated that you would like to come in to build a relationship and partnership with the other appointees to understand how to engage with your commissioners and also with the police department, with the police officers, how would that empower you to understand logical decisions and not so much emotional decisions to complement what the residents voted this, voted this this legislation in for? Because this is I'm just going to leave it like that.
Okay. So if I understand your question, my answer would be that the most loving thing you can do, and I'm using loving because love is the emotional part. The most loving thing that you can do in any relationship is provide clarity. I think that the relationships between the commissioners in this case will be very important because while we do have to be able to make decisions that sometimes will differ, and that is obvious, we also need to understand each other, our individual perspectives and experiences, and we need to be able to understand the perspective from which our teammates are making their decisions, whether we agree with them or like them or not, because all of our missions are the same. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but the road to nowhere is paved with complacency. So we will not move forward if we are complacent or stagnant, and that comes out of us not being able to make sound decisions as a unit. And so I would hope that we can be allowed to build the necessary relationships so that we can properly represent all of the groups that we each individually come into this body to represent, and so that we can move forward in a way that we are all comfortable and proud of.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilman-
Thank you, Mr.
Anybody else?
Kincaid.
Thank you.
So, Councilman, just a
Yes, Councilman House-Jones.
Through the chair, I just wanted to know when you look at the social media reports and background, Ms. Kincaid, when you look at her report, I thought it was very interesting. She has over 6,000 followers, and it noted she has no behaviors identified for subject. And when you look at how she shares herself with the world, it was noted foundationally the things that were lifted up, which she puts out social media wise. The number one thing was love, and I think that speaks volumes to someone when over the years, when no one is looking, such and such, what you put out. Similarly, I will also just lift up for our past candidates. With Ms. Saeed, her central theme, as you look at her social media profile, was focused on leadership. When it comes to Ms. Coleman, when you look at her social media profile, her central theme was Cleveland. So I think, again, there are things that, again, when you are doing research on people, and that was something that I noted, but she was literally the only one that had a social media profile where it literally said, no behaviors identified for subjects. So I just wanted to make sure that's on the record and the public can know about this candidate for consideration for the CPC.
Councilwoman, thank you for pointing that out. I also read the social media reports, including the 98-pager last night. And I believe it was Ms. Kincaid who was flagged twice for using the word attack when she said that she wakes up every day and decides how to attack the world and decides to attack it with love. Which I thought was I thought it was interesting that they flagged the word attack because she was talking about having a positive. Anyway, I believe Councilman Polensek has some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, to Ms. Kincaid. I should ask this the other nominees as well. What is your thoughts briefly about traffic enforcement?
I'm sorry, can you
About traffic enforcement in the city. I'm looking at my emails, at my phone calls, and I am besieged with complaints requesting residents want tougher traffic enforcement in the city. But then there's the other side of the equation. Some people don't believe in traffic enforcement because they believe it has targeted people over the years. But I'm going at every meeting. I'm just besieged with that. So I'm saying this in general to the other nominees as well. And I apologize for not asking the two who previously have. What's your thoughts briefly?
So my dad spent majority of his career in a zone car.
Okay.
He was a traffic cop in Ward 5 for a very long time. So I think one of the greatest issues in terms of traffic in our city is the speed at which people are moving all the time. I have noticed the implementation of roundabouts and speed tables, specifically on the west side. I see the roundabouts. I've seen speed tables being installed on the northeast side.
Right.
I think while they are helpful, I do think that police presence could also be increased police presence in regard to traffic could be helpful.
Right.
However, I can also see from the community standpoint
Right.
why that is scary because there has been a history of
Right.
targeting.
Yes.
So I think as long as, like with everything else in regard to the police force, it is done ethically and with the community at the center of it, we are, in terms of traffic, we are attacking traffic. And that is what we are looking for. So East 105 being a perfect example, it is not safe to get out of your car and walk across East 105. And there are many times that I've been sitting there and said, where are the police when I need them?
Yeah.
That person needs to be stopped.
Yes.
However,
Thank you.
that
Thank
can
you.
be
And
sorted.
I appreciate you because you're giving a firsthand experience. And you indicate your father or your father-in-law?
My stepfather.
Your stepfather was a traffic enforcement officer. The question was, how many times did he stop Councilman Starr? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Is that an official request?
No. I'm fine.
Okay. Ms. Kincaid, thank you very much for coming down today.
Thank you.
Please enjoy the rest of your afternoon. For the folks still waiting, we did make an impromptu decision. We're just going to keep moving forward and try to hear everybody now. We're not going to break. We're going to try to get through all this. We want to respect your time, and we appreciate you taking time out of your day to come down here. So we will just keep moving forward. If you haven't figured out by now, when somebody comes up, you've got 5 or 10 minutes if you need to use the restroom or grab something to eat out in the hallway. Up next, I do want to try to get titles correct. I believe I'm calling forth Chief Sheila Mason. I don't want to misaddress anyone, but my apologies if I've already done that.
It's a
Retired Chief Sheila Mason. Again, we're just going in order that the recommendations came to us from the mayor. So thank you for being here today. The microphone is your friend. Outdoor voices are appropriate. And 5 minutes, the floor is yours.
Well, hello, my name is Sheila Mason. I am retired, retired in July. I am a resident of Cleveland. I've been here most of my life for 40 plus years. I was raised down on 55th and Huff, and I tell everyone that was an adventure that allowed me to do this job, to make me understand how to do this job. I'm into law enforcement, but I believe that our residents have a right to be protected and have officers that are willing to work and serve their community. I am a resident, so I believe in both the residents and the law enforcement, but I believe in we must do it the right way.
Anything else? Opening statement?
No.
Okay. Then, Chief, we will begin our questions, and you've heard them all by now.
Yes.
So we'll just start with which ward are you currently residing in, and who is the council representative in that?
I'm in Ward 10 and Councilman Anthony Harrison.
Okay. Next question. What is your perception and opinion of the Cleveland Division of Police?
The Cleveland Police is a great organization. I have always, I've been in law enforcement ever since I was approximately 19. And during that process, I have utilized the Cleveland Police Department in a lot of ways. I have worked in some of their special units. So I have no direct complaint, but I know there needs to be some improvement.
Okay. And what motivated you to want to become a member of the Cleveland Police Commission?
Once I retired, I was planning on just kind of sitting back and relaxing, and my daughter brought it to me and asked me to look at it. And so I read it, and I said, in order to be part of a change, you have to be in it. And so once I read it, and I said, well, I know I'm not going to sit at home, and I'm gonna do something else. And I found this to be a part that I can make some assistance to help improve. And so that's the reason why I applied for it.
Okay. What is your opinion on how the CPC has conducted itself so far in the 2 years since its creation?
Truly, I've only heard of the negativity. People have asked me to look into it, to review the videos, but I refuse to do that because I want to have an open mind. I want to come in with a set of fresh thoughts and views and not let the negativity guide me as to what I would like to do. So that's the reason why I did not review the past videos.
Okay. What can you personally bring to the CPC then to improve its overall image and performance?
With my experience, I've been in law enforcement, as I said, since the age of 19. I started as a dispatcher, and I worked my way up through the different ranks to the position of chief. I have worked with various departments. I have networked with various departments and officers. And so I think with being a resident and being part of law enforcement, I can bridge those two together and bring a more understanding on how we should operate or try to operate.
Okay. Do you support defunding the Cleveland Division of Police, and what are your thoughts on the present staffing levels within the division?
No, I do not believe in defunding the department, because if you defund the department, as they have said in the past, you take away some of the opportunities and you take away the manpower. In order to bring the department to where it needs to be, you have to have the monies there. And in order to have the monies, you got to bring in good officers. And good officers are not going to come into a city that they're not making decent money, because they want their family to have a decent life also. So the department, I think there is some improvement. We can look at some new tools to bring to the table. And the staffing, we have to find a way to improve staffing. And as they said, that's across the board. There are certain departments out there in other cities have found ways to bring in staffing. We just have to find that. And I don't believe in trying to reinvent. The wheel is out there. We just got to find it.
Okay. What are your recommendations on how the Cleveland Police can improve its interactions with the community and its overall image?
I think it's the communication and how you approach your residents. When I'm not in uniform, I am Sheila Mason, the resident that live in Cleveland. And so I've had some good interactions, and I've had some negative. And most of the time it's been the positive, but the situation that I've had, it was how the officer approached me. And I didn't say, hey, I'm in law enforcement. I shouldn't have to say that. And so as a resident of the city, I think if you approach a person a certain way, and I do believe each incident has its own merit, but on the majority, if you approach that person in a certain way with communication, there can be some positive outcomes on that one.
Okay. Do you believe the Cleveland Division of Police has improved its overall operation with greater accountability, professional conduct, and transparency?
They are working on it. Everything needs improvement. There's nothing out there that is 100%. And so with that, I think with all of our different views, we should be able to bring a different mindset on what can happen, and with the help of the different units, you can bring that positivity to the department.
Okay. Next question is regarding the issue of the use of drones. How do you feel about the Cleveland Police Department's ability to use drones to gather information on crowds? I think we've asked this question 15 different ways, but I trust that you understand the gist of it.
Yes. Drones is a piece of a tool Drone is a tool that we use. Drones can be a positive. It's how you use it. Everything that we use in this field of law enforcement has a policy and procedure. If you put it in perspective as how it can be used, it can be a positive. If there are some things that's going on criminally, or that an incident that is destroying or doing whatever, a drone is a piece of tool that can be used in a positive way. And I'll give an example. We had an incident in the city that I worked, and we utilized our drone. We did not use it to surveillance the people, but we did it when we go to court. We wanted the court, the people, the jury to see exactly what we were looking at, what our overview was. So on that, that's a positive. So there are different ways that you can use it. So I just think that if we use it the right way and have the policy in place, it's a great tool.
Okay. Did you want to ask that question? Your traffic questions?
Okay,
I'm going to open it up to the
Thank you.
Chairman.
The question about traffic enforcement, you being in law enforcement, what is your thoughts about traffic enforcement?
Traffic enforcement, I think, is a million-dollar question that we all have been trying to understand. There is a way to use it. You can use it as a positive, and it can be used as a negative. And I think with traffic, we have to sit back and survey and come up with a plan. There is no one fit-all plan out there. So with traffic, sometimes you have to write a ticket and sometimes you don't. It is according on the situation, the officer, and the person who's being cited.
But you're not opposed to it?
No,
Okay,
I'm not.
okay.
You have to have traffic control.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up to the floor. I'm looking right, I'm looking left. See Councilman Starr.
Thank you, Chair. To the Chair, to Ms. Mason, one question I would have to ask is, so you being a former police chief of police, do you feel that police officers should be disciplined by their actions? If they do something that they deem the public view is unequitable, or they're at fault of doing something, should they receive punishment and be punished for any action that they have as an employee of the city of Cleveland? Through the chair.
Through everything, there is progressive discipline, and it's according on what the situation. Everything, when you do a discipline, it should be invested. It should not just be something because you came and told me that my officer did something wrong. There should be an investigation and find out exactly what the situation was and what happened. And then at that point, if disciplinary is needed, then yes. If not, then you should explain to that party exactly what happened. And can I give an example?
Yes, of course.
I had a young lady to come and tell me that my officer wrote her a ticket, and she made a right turn at a light, and there's no right turn, left turns. You have to stop. So once we reviewed the body cam and we were able to see what happened, we brought her in, showed her the video, and showed her what went wrong. At that point, then she said, well, the sun was in my eyes. I said, well, the sun is in everyone's eyes. But the officer did not do anything wrong. He issued you the citation because of what you did, not because of the sun. So on that point, yes, he did not get a ticket. But we met with the resident and we explained to her what happened and let her see the video.
So through the chair, I mean, you're in favor of full transparency?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Before we go, I will.
Councilman Casey.
Yes, he's on the list. I will ask President Griffin's question. Are you familiar with the general police order?
Yes.
Okay.
I have used Cleveland's general orders. Being a chief, again, you don't reinvent the wheel. And so when I was the chief, I called, at the time it was Calvin, and I asked if he had X, Y, and Z, and he said yes. He sent it to me. I modified it to fit my department, and I used it.
Councilwoman House Jones, I believe you're next up.
Yes, through the chair, to Ms. Sheila, thank you so much for being here. Just a general question, as you make a transition and consideration for the CPC, what type of training do you think would be beneficial to you if you get the opportunity to serve on the Community Police Commission?
I believe in training 100%. So what I know and what I feel and what I have experienced do not mean that it's right. So in order to make this transition into the Cleveland division, I need to understand how they operate. I need to be able to have training on, because, can I back it up? A lot of my training, I have worked with them before. I have attended training with Cleveland. I have been in a lot of their scenario training. So I shoot at their shoot on 58. So I do not have no misunderstanding on how Cleveland operate. I just need to get the full gist of their policies, procedure, how they operate. So continuous training, whatever it is that they present to me, that you all present, I'm open to it. I never turn down training.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Up next is Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the chief, thanks for being here today. When you were chief at Woodmere for 14 years, how was discipline handed down to your police officers?
Discipline a resident or someone bringing a complaint. At that point, it is a written complaint. We will conduct an investigation, and once the investigation is completed, then the supervisor will bring it in to me, and then we will discuss it, and then we will look at what was violated per policy and procedure. And according on what it was, again, we go back to the progressive discipline. If it was something that warrant a verbal or written or training or whatever it is that we needed to do, that's how it was handled.
Mr. Chairman, to the chief, so what you're basically saying is the discipline of your police officers was handed down by other police officers, by the brass, by the chief, the deputy chiefs, the captains, the lieutenants, the whomever. It wasn't handed down by an outside force that was not employed by your police department, correct?
When you say outside force, I'm not.
Wasn't handed down by civilians. The discipline of the police officers was actually handed down by police officer, by yourself, by your deputy chiefs. That's how the discipline came while you were chief. That's how discipline of the police officers, if they needed to be disciplined, came through, correct?
Yes,
All right.
the deputy, the lieutenant will make recommendation, and from the recommendation, it would come to me, and then from me, I would decide, and I would look at what was violated, and then we would go through the process of the progressive discipline.
And then, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, in your opinion, do you think that non-law enforcement civilians should be handing down discipline to police officers?
With the way things are changing now, you have to back it up. Because we are a small city, at that point in time, I was a small city, we only dealt with our law enforcement. Being this of the magnitude of the size of the department, you have to have other check and balance. And for me, I always had a check and balance. If I was not sure of a situation, I had no problem with asking for assistance from others. And I may have to go and talk to another chief and find out exactly the process and what was the best idea. So I'm not going to say no, because this right now, and I'm a resident of this city, believe that yes, there's a check and balance that we need to have.
Okay, so
Yes.
you believe, yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Councilman Starr.
There's no trying. I'm just, there's, Mr. Chairman, to the audience, there's certain members that are coming before us who have a different perspective on things. There's no other former chief of police here who was in this role prior to the chief being here. So we need to get that perspective, having been a former chief of police, now attempting to get on something like this. There's no trying or nothing. We need to get the perspectives, and we need to get the philosophical thinking of, she brings a very unique set of skills to this board. So I think us having that, being able to ask those questions, there's no trying to get you or anything like that. It's very informative to us where she comes from. And being a disciplinarian in the past brings a big beneficial factor to this commission. So it's not a matter of trying to get something. I think the fact, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, that you were a former chief and that you have handed down discipline before will do this, the body good, being in that position. And I'm glad that you have that philosophy or that belief or thinking where you're not so short-sighted as just thinking like a chief of police now. So it was good to get, no matter what the public may think, I believe that it was very informative, your answer to that question. So thank you for it.
And thank you, Councilman. And I believe once we are done with all of the vetting of the nominees, we will then have a discussion on who we want to recommend to send forward for approval by the at Finance Committee, or if we feel that there's somebody that we don't want to send forward for approval. But we will have that discussion after we've had a chance to hear from everybody. Was Councilman Starr, do you have a?
Yeah, thank you, point one, Chair. Chair two, Chief Thomas, I wanted to ask for clarification. Well, to the police chief, Chief Mason, you retired in July of 2024, to the chair. Now, to Chief Thomas, do you have to not serve in law enforcement for at least a minimum of a year before you can serve on this commission, based on the police commission that was drawn in the charter?
Chief?
Through the chairs, so the requirement that a member of the commission not be former law enforcement is accepted or exempted when that member is representing a police organization or a police association. And in this particular case, Chief Mason is a representative of a police association, Noble.
Wait, that's what is in the charter?
Correct, yes.
So therefore, Chief Mason is eligible to serve on this commission?
Because she is a representative
Oh,
of the
I'm
police
sorry, Chief.
association.
I'm sorry, Chief. I think Councilwoman House Jones want to answer.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. And just want to make sure I had clarification on that. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Ms. Mason, glad to meet you today, and I just have one question pertaining to Councilman Casey. Question, due to the fact that you were chief and you're now retired, coming into this particular environment, what will you bring to this particular environment, not viewing the past videos, which was great to hear on your past history. So what will you be able to bring to this new commission board to partner with and to structure?
I think bringing in my expertise of law enforcement and being, I have been able to come up through the ranks. I have a full understanding on how law enforcement is, and also being a resident of this city, I understand what it is that we need to be able to provide to our residents. So bringing in both of those entities together, I think I will be able to bring more clarity and understanding to the group as we move into the various positions and the various incidents and concerns that this organization may have. Okay.
Councilman Starr, do you have another question? No?
I just want to read this out loud because it says, under the charter amendment, it said, with the exception of no more than 3 police association representatives described below, no member may have served within the 5 years before appointment as a law enforcement officer, have ever been an employee of the city or division of police or Department of Public Safety, or otherwise have been a city employee within the previous year. And off that context alone, we're saying that retired in July and can be appointed in January of 2025?
Point of information, again, I think, just a clarification for Councilman Starr, it says, with the exception of no more than 3 police association representatives. She is a member of Noble, which is a police organization. That is where it provides an exception in this regard.
And through that,
If I may jump in here real quick, Chief Spencer, I believe the other member of a police organization is Commissioner Chura, who is, I believe, a representative of, if you could, Chief, tell us who are the other 2 people or one person who might be representing.
Through the chairs, current Commissioner James Chura is a representative of a police association. I believe in this case, Fraternal Order of Police.
And if confirmed, Chief Mason would be the second.
That's correct.
Leaving a third potential spot for a member or representative of a police organization.
Could I have a question?
but
I just want to make sure that council are allowed to have, the police commission is allowed to have 3 representatives of police organizations. We currently have 1. The Chief Mason would be a second, and there would still be a third that could potentially fill the commission.
but I don't see Noble being listed anywhere. So does that count?
To the chief, does the charter specifically state which police associations members can be, commissioners can be a member?
Through the chairs, no, the charter does not explicitly state the police associations. Noble is a national organization for Black law enforcement executives. They also have a local Cleveland chapter, so it's not just a national body. And Chief Mason is a representative of the local Cleveland chapter of Noble. If you look into the governing documents, et cetera, of Noble, it is formally classified or identified as a police association.
So that national trumps what has been written and passed by the citizen for this charter amendment. Because what I'm trying to read exactly what it said, and it says police association representatives must have a background relevant to police, community relations, demonstrated connection to their respective association membership, and no other representative may have record or the police misconduct. But I don't see the interpretation that how y'all are interpreting it versus what I'm reading is.
So through the chairs, that's not necessarily an interpretation. The explicit language of the charter does not explicitly mention any or does not identify specific police associations. It just says, with the exception of being a member or representative of a police association.
I believe, Councilman, too, that we do not disqualify any existing organizations of police professionals. I don't think we have a list of what is and is not acceptable. We simply say police organization. And I believe that, to your question, Noble is not disqualified from falling underneath that definition.
I yield, Chair.
No, yes, can we?
I yield, Chair.
And I think this, can I just add?
Councilwoman House Jones.
Okay, so this is one of the things, and this is one of the things where I think for the public, when we get an understanding, this is the difference because this is a collision that's happening, right? People are bringing up things that were explicitly put in the consent decree, right? There were 3 specific identified police associations that were identified in the consent decree, correct? Which said each of those 3 police associations can nominate a representative for, to the mayor for consideration. Just because you have the authority to recommend does not mean the mayor then has to actually put them forward to get appointed. But when you look at the actual charter, which that is our charge as council members, the charter, not the consent decree, the charter has a generic term that says police association representatives. And this is where there is a debate that is going on, right? And so again, this is when we are talking about, when we are looking at policy, we need to be explicitly clear in our charter.
That's correct.
That is, so I want to bring this up because
Yes.
I think if there's people listening, they may not understand what's the confusion. I got an email about it, like, I don't understand, it says X, Y, Z. Again, according to the charter,
Yes.
which is our police association representatives. And so again, that's where we are, and that's where we are.
And I,
Through the chair.
as chair of this committee, I believe that the councilman is absolutely correct. That is the conflict at hand. However, the charter is very clear that it does not spell out the associations. The consent decree does, but we are not operating under the consent decree. We're operating under the charter.
Yes.
Well,
And to the chief.
Through the chairs, just to make a clarification, because I believe Councilman House Jones is absolutely correct. In terms of the consent decree in paragraph 16 specifically identifies the recommendation authority of those three specific police associations. But paragraph, again, 16 of the consent decree does explicitly say that vacancies to the commission will be filled in accordance with the city charter.
That's correct.
The city
So,
charter.
and so
that's
that is
correct.
aligned with the consent decree language as well.
And then can I add just one?
I believe we've clarified the issue.
No, and again, but
Councilman.
with the vacancies too, because again, there is, I think about, we are filling vacancies at this point. You know what I'm saying? There are
Correct.
vacancies in the process of council's role in nominating people. Now, a lot of this is in the mayor's preview. And so this is where we are.
Yes, we are reviewing and having a public vetting of the recommendations from the mayor because city council no longer has recommendation power under the charter. Chief Mason, thank you for coming
Thank
in. We're all done. We're all set. We're going to continue. Next up on the list is, I believe it is the Honorable Michael Nelson. Judge Nelson is next up on the list. If he could come forward. Judge Nelson, as we've told everybody else, please, outdoor voices are appropriate. The microphone is your friend. We are trying to be heard by everybody online. And the floor is yours for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to present to the Council Commission, to this committee. I'm here before some people I've been with a long time. As I've listened to other people answer your questions, one of the questions that Councilman Starr asked was, would you be willing to rock the boat? Councilman Polisic, who's been here a little while, we recall in December, on December 6, 1979, we rocked the whole boat because we had a sit-in at the Cleveland School Board while I was working as a teacher for the Cleveland School Board. So rocking the boat could be my middle name. It gives me a great deal of pleasure, as I indicated, to talk to you. And I became interested in this commission. Matter of fact, let me go back a little further. In March 2013, right after the murder of Timothy Russell and Melissa Williams, Attorney James Hardeman and I, who were both serving on the NAACP, Cleveland ACP, as either the criminal justice chairperson or the Justice Affairs chairpersons, we drafted a letter because we wanted the Department of Justice to come in. The city leadership was reluctant to sign that letter. So we told city leadership and pastors in our town that we were going to write a letter and we were going to put their names in the letter, not on the signature line. We were going to put their names in the letter as people we had talked to. That was our workaround. And we were going to send that letter. Well, shortly thereafter, Hilton Smith, who was the president at that time, contacted us and said, stand down. The mayor is going to sign a letter and we're going to request the Department of Justice to come in and look at the Cleveland Division of Police. And what I want to remind everybody is that we're not here solely because we want to fill seats on commission. This came about because the Department of Justice found a pattern and practice of excessive use of force by our police department. This is not something we asked for. This is not something we created. And now we're trying to fill this commission so that it can fulfill its duty as passed by the Citizens for Safer, as promoted by the Citizens for Safer Cleveland and passed by the citizens of Cleveland. I believe that we can have the kind of police force that two people I trust a lot have suggested, activist Brenda Bickerstaff and former commander Bill Tell. They both said to me when I asked them, what do you all want to see out of this consent decree and this commission? And they both said, we want to have a police department that every police department in this country will want to emulate. And I believe everybody here will support that as our goal. And the only way we're going to get there is if this commission works diligently, does its work in cooperation with the leadership of the Division of Police so that we can all be satisfied that we have an outstanding police department. Those who can complain about the consent decree, when we get there, the consent decree will be gone. And that's our objective, to put the consent decree folks out of business because we have achieved the goal of having a dynamic police department. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we will begin the questions the way we have all. What ward do you currently live in, and who is your council representative there?
The Honorable President of the City Council, Blaine Griffin, is my councilman, and I live in the old and the new Ward 6.
Okay. And, sir, how long have you lived in the city of Cleveland?
I was born in the city, and well, a long time ago, Mr. Councilman Starr.
Entire life.
For 76 years, except for 6 of those years.
Got it. And what is your perception and opinion of the Cleveland Division of Police?
I believe it's trending up. It cannot get any worse than it was in 2013. It's trending up. It hasn't got where it needs to be yet, but it's trending in the right direction. I believe that what we're engaged in now is an honest effort to make sure our police department is a great police department. But it's trending in the right direction, but it hasn't gotten where it needs to be yet.
Okay. And what motivated you to want to become a member of the Cleveland Police Commission?
Councilman Casey asked me a good question. Are you crazy? Why do you want to be part of this commission? Well, there are 2 reasons. Number one, I have faith that we can turn this thing around. We are, to be quite honest, the laughing stock of the nation. This commission is. We have individuals who inquired as to where the set was because they thought it was some kind of reality show. That's an embarrassment for me as a citizen, as a retired judge, as a resident of this community, and it's an embarrassment for all of those here, including those people who worked so damn hard to get this passed issue 24. It's an embarrassment, and I want to be part of turning this thing around so we have a credible commission that can do its work.
Okay. And what is your opinion, I suppose, what is your opinion of how the CPC has conducted itself since its creation?
Poor. It's poor. It's been a disaster. And I think that a lot of it goes to the fact that when it was composed, I think the drafter of the legislation that was passed did a terrible job. And the citizens of Safer Cleveland should probably ask for a refund from the attorney that did it. It appears that it was done, and this happens to a lot of us. We take on work, the deadline approaches, we start rushing to get it done, and we leave out or make mistakes, don't edit, and just make mistakes. The lack of clarity on a lot of the questions you're asking today were probably not well thought out, or either they will omit it because the people are trying to rush in to meet a deadline. Secondly, I believe that if we had put people on boards, on this commission, the original group had been people who had served on boards before or had observed how city boards and commissions operate, that we would have had a different kind of outcome. But when you take people who've never served on the board, a City of Cleveland board, don't understand the culture of how they function, you get what you get. Now, I believe this second go-around, there are people who are going to be serving who at least will have had the opportunity to observe other boards and commissions, and it will be a significant improvement. But as long as we understand the culture of how a commission works, you can have your strong opinions, but there's a level of self-respect. You all are a great example. You have strong opinions, but you still get things done because you follow the rules, the procedure, and the protocol. And I think that's important.
Okay, thank you. Next question, what can you personally bring to the CPC to improve its image and overall performance?
Well, relationship building and my prior board experience. And the fact that I've run with a diverse group of people, from activists to police officers. As I indicated, Commander Bill Tell's one of my golf buddies. Tom Roper is my golf buddy. But at the same time, I talk to Brenda Bickerstaff every day. Every single day. So I have the relationships, and I would not be a policeman. You couldn't give me the job if you paid 3 times what they pay now. It's a tough, tough job. But also, it's also made more difficult when there are officers who don't follow rules and regulations and are abusive. So that's the other key to this thing. We have to empower our police department so that it will, one, be confident enough to turn in its bad apples so that we can eliminate some of the abuses that we've seen in the past. And so I think my experience really, really brings a lot to the table, especially my experience having served on other boards and commissions, including the Civil Service Commission, the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District, where I represented the city of Cleveland for over 14 and a half years, and then the Civil Service Commission, where I served for 6 years. So I think I have experience.
Okay. Next question is, do you support defunding the Cleveland Division of Police, and what are your thoughts on the present staffing levels, which are well below the budgeted level of 1,350 officers?
I think everybody in this town that's reasonable understands that we are way below the manpower needs in order to serve the citizens of the city of Cleveland. Plus, we're getting older, which means we're losing people almost as fast as we're recruiting people. So our levels will continue to be below that which we need to have an effective police department. Defunding, I believe, was a political term. It was a term that I may have espoused in meetings that we had, but it was also a term that didn't apply to reality. You have to have a police department with sufficient resources, one, to attract other people. We lose a lot of people because pay is better elsewhere. Equipment is better elsewhere. So you cannot have an effective police department if you talk about not funding it properly. Now, I understand the thought behind that is because we want to make sure we equalize the mental health, and if they had the budget, then we need to take some money from that budget and put it in mental health. But the fact of it is that it was more political than a significant approach to trying to reform police departments.
Okay. Then what are your recommendations on how the Cleveland Police can improve its interaction with the community and its overall image?
Let me go back to Councilman Polensek. Now, we lived through some tough times. We had the Huff riots, we had the Glenville riots, we had that. But the other thing we had was at Glenville High School, great tar blooded, that's what this ring is, the Glenville tar blooded ring. Where did Star go? I know he wanted to see that. But
I got 2 of those, baby.
that's right, I just wore this one today. We knew who our police officers were. When we got out of school at the end of the day, we knew Joe Brown was going to be outside, and it wasn't about him being there to be punitive. It was he was there to say, hey, fellas, how you doing? How's your girlfriend doing? Or you talk to your girlfriend, he asked the girlfriend, is he treating you right? I mean, these guys were outside the school. Ollie Davis, who's struggling, but he's with us still, and I'm praying for you, Ollie. These guys were outside the school every day, every single day. I'm sure at John Adams, you had police officers you knew. East Tech, okay? You had the guys you knew, see? And I think that's what we're missing today. We need to have that kind of relationship where you could have confidence. You could tell your police officer, buddy, anything you want to tell him, anything. Now, we had some tough guys, too. We had some police officers that weren't quite as nice as that. But the fact of the matter is, I believe if you reinstate those patrols where people will work, the officers are in the schools, not in the schools provide necessary security, even though their presence will help, but are there for relationship building. Relationship building. I think that's key.
Okay. The next question is, do you believe that the Cleveland Division of Police has improved its overall operation with greater accountability, professional conduct, and transparency?
Well, it couldn't have gotten any worse. So just by the laws of average, with all of the oversight, and with the fact that we've had a turnover. You know, we had Chief Drummond and others, the former Chief Drummond and others, Sammy Moore and all them. I think with that kind of leadership, the Department of Police is improving. and it's improving at a rate much better than it was declining. But we have to keep empowering people like that who come from the community, who have relationships in the community, so that we will reach the goals that we've set. So the short answer is improving.
Okay. Next question is, do you believe the Cleveland Police Department should be able to use drones to monitor crowds?
To the councilman and to the committee and to the audience. You go to a Browns game, drones. You go to the Glenville High School football game, drones. You go to a Guardians game, drones. The police department should be able to utilize drones subject to restrictions that protect the rights, the constitutional rights of individuals. But there should be no blanket restriction against using drones. I think we have enough talent and common sense at this table, on the commission and the police department, to draft an effective policy so that drones will be. Let me give you an example. You were talking, Councilman Palencia was talking about the demonstration. When I was going to the demonstration, I used to live down in the flats, and I saw some guys going to the demonstration. They had on green little outfits. They had pickaxes in the back of their backpacks. And what really pissed me off, was that when I got home, my window was broken out of my car. And I said, okay, but now only about 5 or 6 broken out of my car. I wish there had been a drone to watch what was going on in. But the fact of the matter is that we were all part of that demonstration. And we saw 2 things. We saw some police officers lose control. They were using those pellets and whatever those other non-lethal weapons, and actually caused some significant harm to some individuals. It would have been nice to have been able to identify that police officer. They may have been identified later, but it would have been nice to be able to say, yep, that's who did that. There was also some individuals who were involved in the demonstration that had no interest in peaceful demonstrating. That's right. And I observed the same people running down the street that you saw. I had my daughters and grandchildren down there. I saw people in strollers pushing babies. We had a common interest in promoting peace and justice reform. That's right. And somebody's damaged what we were trying to accomplish that day. So I believe drones with restrictions, and I believe that we can collectively come up with a policy that would allow us to effectively use drones to protect the interests of both the rights of individuals as well as to identify and limit people from just causing significant damage. Okay?
Traffic. Thank you, Judge. I will go to my colleagues. First up is Councilman Palencic.
Traffic enforcement, Judge.
Councilman Palencic. Councilman?
Seniority.
Yes. My mother lives in the city of Cleveland in Councilman Gray's ward. People drive down that street like they have no doggone sense. And we want, what do they call those things? The speed bumps?
Speed table.
If you all could call Councilman Conwell and tell him to stop hogging them all up and send some out to my community, to my mother's community, I'd be so happy. But seriously, I've also been to athletic events where we don't have enough police to get the crowd out. Right. So traffic enforcement is extremely important. I'm also sick and tired, and like one of the other prospective commissioners was saying, I'm also sick and tired of sitting at Opportunity Corridor and people ignoring that light. And I've seen more accidents because people they're not slowing down. They just barrel through that light at Opportunity Corridor and Woodland.
I thank you, Judge, for your comments, because we're all members of the body are being besieged with requests for speed tables because the traffic enforcement is not there. I have 24 requests right now for speed tables on different streets, and there's no way the council nor the administration can fund all of these because they're between $8,500 and $10,000 a pop. So it's a big problem. That's why we've all been asking, as I indicated to the Safe Director yesterday, who I meet with on a regular basis, is that they have got to figure out a more effective way to do traffic enforcement in our neighborhoods. Because I'm hearing this, I've heard from the pastors on 105th Street, people can't cross the street going to church.
And within, to the council, to the chair, to the councilman, the fact that the lights are, you don't have that number of lights anymore.
Right.
So people try to get their 0 to 60 time in between Superior and St. Clair.
Yep.
I mean, they fly
I know.
down the street.
So I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate your willingness. I've known you a very long time. I appreciate your willingness to do this in your retirement, because this is an important task. This is an important role. And as I said earlier, the majority of us have been disappointed with the CPC, the way it's functioned, the way it's operated. It's how it's viewed by the public. And I hope that people like yourself can bring about some stability, can bring about some clarity, transparency, and just some normalcy. Again, where you can disagree and not have to worry about if someone's going to hit you in a public meeting. And I think to me, it was telltale, as I said earlier, when we have to have police at their meetings, who they're supposed to be investigating and safeguarding, when you have to have police on standby for fear that someone's going to get hurt, is a sad commentary. So again, I thank you for your willingness to serve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Next up is Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to your honor, I just wanted to thank you for your willingness to serve on this. I've been very skeptical of the whole thing from the onset, but you are the first glimmer of hope, and I'm hoping that you're able to take your skill set, your ability, that you have, your experience, and take it to the police commission and help turn this thing around. And I especially appreciate your belief on the drones, right? You cannot go into a public park in the city of Cleveland without a camera being there. You can't go to a major intersection in the city of Cleveland without a camera being there. And I'm not sure what the holdup is on the drones, but I really do appreciate your belief that we should use the drones in a manner that we should, not violating anybody's rights, but anybody who's out in public at some point, whether you're walking down the street or you're driving, you're going to be caught on camera somewhere. So I don't know the difference between the stabilized cameras and the drone, the issues with everything, but I appreciate your belief on that, and I just wanted to thank you for your willingness to serve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Next up, Councilwoman House Jones.
Good afternoon to the chair, to Honorable Judge. Hello. Just a quick question. Based on your experience and if appointed to the commission, what type of training do you think would be helpful for you to find success on the commission?
Well, two, we need to look at good examples, to the councilwoman, through the chair. We need to look at good examples of commissions that work. Secondly, we need to bring each commission member and have them attend meetings of other commissions and boards to see how they operate, to see, look at the protocol, the decorum, how you speak to each other through the chairperson. Okay, I think that's critically important, so that you get off, you have some infrastructure and some examples of how you communicate and how you argue your point. Nothing, I think a great example is coming to your committee meetings and watch you all go at it in committee meetings. Well, maybe we don't say go at it. Consider issues at committee meetings. Go to the Civil Service Commission and watch how they operate. Go to a zoning commission meeting. Just sit down and just sit there and watch them, okay? And see how they function. I believe it's a great, great learning experience. I think this House probably is the greatest resource of civic opportunity. You learn civics down here. If you didn't learn them in school, you will learn them down here. And you'll learn how to function together and arrive at conclusions, even when your position is not the popular position. You learn stuff down here. And I believe that bringing them in here, bringing the commission here, and watch you all function or watch these other committees function would be a great opportunity for learning.
Thank
The other
you.
thing, one more thing, you also need to raise the rate that you're paying these folks. Let me tell you why.
Yeah,
Let me tell you why.
I absolutely agree.
Okay.
Based on just the time commitment that
yeah,
they have
yeah.
comparatively to other boards and commissions, when you look at equitable compensation based on actual time, I absolutely think in this upcoming budget, we absolutely should increase the compensation because this is absolutely a work. And again, doing this type of work is not for volunteer work and it's not for free. So you are absolutely correct.
You must have hacked into my iPad. 'Cause you
No.
said
I mean, I
exactly-
know because I've been there. I've observed, I've seen, and again, this is service, and we just need to do right by people. You know what I'm
said-
saying? You need to do right by people.
You said exactly
Thank
what
you.
I said, almost verbatim.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman, anything else? Councilwoman Gray.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm I don't really have any questions. I just want to just piggyback on Councilwoman House once again. Just looking at your additional information, you add to your bio what it indicates. It shows everything that you represent and have been representing from I've been knowing you over the years per se, but just your background alone and what you have done from your youthful years up to now, you have represented what you stand for.
Thank you.
And I think moving forward, what the balance that I believe that you're able to bring, what you've spoken on, it's just astounding.
Okay. Thank you.
So I appreciate your commitment and your diligence to apply for this position. And as you stated in your last word, shall I be selected, I will bring same level of commitment and combine with my experience to the CPC. And I think the balance that we are interviewing today that can level off to what we're looking for now to stabilize this CPC board that we've been wishing for. I am confident that some of the decisions can be considered.
To the councilwoman, through the chair, in order to do what we need to do, we have to have 13 people. All 13 of us have to stay on track with the goal of making sure we have the best department. So we have to work collectively while at the same time maintaining your own independent thoughts. And that's where watching you, this council work, you all just dealt with some tough issues, but you work through those tough issues. And it's going to take that same kind of commitment from the commission. I believe that once you go finish your process, they will have a commission that is capable of doing exactly what you, I, and the citizens of Cleveland voted for.
Thank you. Been committed. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, Judge Nelson, thank you for coming down. Appreciate
you.
your
Thank you.
time today.
Okay. Appreciate you guys.
And we have 3 recommendations left. We are going to continue in order. The next up, I believe, is Ms. Maura Guerin, if she would be able to come forward. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome. As I told everybody else, we use our outdoor voices.
I will do
Please
my best.
Speak into the microphone for the good folks at home. And you have 5 minutes to say whatever you'd like to say.
Okay, won't take 5 minutes. I am grateful to be able to sit before you and plead my case. I became much more aware of what things were like in the city and in people's lives in 2014 when Tamir Rice was killed. that got my social justice vibes going. As a result, also through my church, I got to meet Samaria Rice and got as interested as I possibly could in anything that had to do with social justice and police reform. I worked on the Issue 24 campaign. I am a board member on the Angelo Miller Foundation, and I moved back into the city of Cleveland 2 years ago so that I could be more active, and saw this opportunity and decided to try and make a difference.
Okay, thank you. We will go through the same questions we asked everybody else. You've heard them a
Okay.
few times now, so we'll just get started with the opening question. What ward do you live in, and who is your council representative?
I am in Ward 15, and Jenny Spencer is my council person.
Okay. And how long have you lived in the city of Cleveland?
2 years. Well, 2 years this time. I lived in the city for 6 years in an earlier life.
So a total of 8 years?
Yes.
2 currently. Okay. What is your perception and opinion of the Cleveland Division of Police?
I think that the Division of Police is an organization of willing, dedicated people. You'd have to be dedicated to be able to do that kind of work. I believe that any organization has its issues that are that can be systemic, that can be situational. I think that there is room for improvement. I think there is some evidence that there has been improvement. And I don't believe that anyone comes to work, especially in a capacity like that, wanting not to do a good job. So I like to, err on the side of compassion.
Okay. What motivated you then to want to become a member of the Cleveland Police Commission?
As I mentioned before, what happened to Tamir Rice is what really got my attention. I wanted to become more active and wanted to become more part of the solution versus the problem. And like I mentioned before, I got more involved in social justice work and I guess activism.
Okay. So what is your opinion of how the CPC has conducted itself so far?
Not having been directly involved at the time, I only know what I've been told and what I've heard. And I think that there's an opportunity here for things to pivot in a direction that is more productive, more judicious, and more businesslike in the way that it's the way the meetings go, the way the interactions happen. I think that there's a certain amount of gravitas with this position, and the behavior and actions should reflect that.
Okay. What can you personally bring to the Cleveland Police Commission to improve its image and overall performance?
Well, I've got over 25 years of experience in human resources, employee and labor relations primarily, working with union partnerships. I worked for Kaiser Permanente for 17 years, and they're heavily unionized. in a lot of ways, an HR person has a simple job to do. They enforce policies and practices. The upside to that, as far as I'm concerned, is that, and I think somebody said this earlier, that feelings don't come into the picture. That how I feel about what I did is could be vastly different than what it is I did. And you have to deal with it according to the policies. Same thing with the general orders. That's their policy manual, and they need to follow it.
Do you support defunding the Cleveland Division of Police, and what are your thoughts on the present staffing levels within the division?
As someone, I'm borrowing from someone else again, I think that defunding the police expression is very counterproductive and was politicized. I think that throwing money at any organization and not being judicious about where it goes is something that needs to happen. So I think accountability, again, is what I would look for first and foremost. As far as the staffing levels go, I think we need to be staffed up as much as possible, and or they need to be staffed up as much as possible. With my HR background, I'd love to think of a great recruiting tool or recruiting program that might, help. That's kind of as it may happen. I don't know.
Okay. So what are your recommendations on how the Cleveland Police Commission, or how the Cleveland Police, the police department itself, can improve their interactions with the community and overall image?
Visibility. Being able to interact with the public when things are going well. Judge Nelson mentioned, going into the Wayback Machine and what things were like a number of years ago. I remember being crossed across Lakeshore Boulevard by Officer Dempsey. And he knew what was going on and how you were and whose mom was whose. And that meant a lot. And I think trying to get back to something like that. I know we've moved on, and times are changing or have changed. But the community policing piece of it, I think, is what is the biggest gap, is the fact that it's almost looked at automatically as adversarial, which is unfortunate.
Do you believe that the Cleveland Division of Police has improved its overall operations with greater accountability, professional conduct, and transparency?
I do. That's just based on observation. I believe that there has been improvement. I think there's been an attitude toward doing better. There's a long way to go. But that's it's an honorable thing to work on.
Okay. The next question regards the use of drones by the Cleveland Police Department. Do you think the Cleveland Police Department should be able to use drones to monitor crowd activity?
And at the risk of sounding redundant, I look at the drones as it's a tool that is used, like someone mentioned, I think it was Mr. Casey. They're at football games. They're everywhere. We had a certain amount of controversy a few years ago when it came to body cameras on police and whether that was a good idea or not. I think we're in a place right now where defining the boundaries around using drones is on the table. And I don't see any reason why using it as a tool under the right circumstances and not interfering or impinging on anyone's rights is not a bad thing.
Okay. Ms. Guerin, I want to ask a couple other questions because we were provided social media background checks for all candidates, and I have to say, I think that yours was probably the more colorful one. And I do have some questions about some things that we saw in
Is that
there.
in a good way or?
Let's discuss.
Okay.
You posted once on Facebook, quote, "Police should not be doing traffic stops, period." Could you elaborate on what you meant by that?
What I meant by that was a feeling or a perception that most traffic stops did not go well, that were not cut and dried, here's your ticket, go and do great things, that traffic stops could be fatal in certain circumstances. And that was, in hindsight, absolutes don't always read well.
Mm-hmm. So the sentence is followed by the sentence period. Do you still believe that the police should not be doing traffic stops?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And to be honest, I don't think I believed that. I've learned not to work in absolutes.
Okay. Because my next question is that there are a series of posts that are, I don't know that I would professionally categorize them appropriately, but I might say they are generally in somewhat way antagonistic to police, including one that says those who support the police aggressors wearing costumes need to research Stockholm syndrome. This referring to people who support the police. I'm curious how you feel, how your feelings have evolved since 2014 on the matter of people who support the police and people who are critical of the police.
Again, I'd like to think that I've learned not to look at things in absolutes again. I was at the time, and I think I was justified in a lot of ways, I was very angry and felt that it was a lopsided proposition that the police had all the power and citizens didn't have any. And broad generalization right there, but I have since learned a lot about social media. And I'm much more careful than I ever was at the time.
I think America joins you in that sentiment. I think we're all learning more about social media and how to be more careful.
Hopefully.
I would only ask you one final question about something that was in this report. You did advocate to drug test police and politicians, which is fine. My question is, do you think that the Cleveland Police Commission should also be drug tested?
I don't see why not. If it's good for one, it's good for the other.
Okay. Those were the only questions I have open at the table. I think Chairman Plensik, you want to go first?
Well, I think we might have touched on the traffic issue, because that's been a great concern in our neighborhoods and you heard it by some of the other folks at the table today. It's a great concern to what we call quality of life issues in our neighborhoods. A lot of people are very upset about it, not having it, not setting that tone. So would you just briefly, again, you're not opposed to traffic enforcement?
I'm not opposed to traffic enforcement.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to speed tables.
Okay.
Once I know where they are.
Yep.
Getting up Lakeside Avenue in the morning on my way to work is a challenge in front of the Justice Center.
Yeah.
But I think, again, traffic enforcement's necessary.
Okay,
It's-
thank you.
it's-
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Okay. Councilwoman House Jones, did you?
Yes, to the chair, to Ms. Guerin. Just based on your experience, can you share what type of training do you think you would need to be successful in the CPC?
As far as training goes, I'm not absolutely. I think working as a group of commissioners, I think that any kind of team building that we can do, I think is beneficial. I personally would need to do more homework on the report from the monitor, for example. As far as training, knowing the ins and outs of the police department's rules and policies would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
I'm looking left, I'm looking right. Okay. Ms. Guerin, thank you very much for coming down today. We appreciate you taking time out of the day.
Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you very much.
We have two folks left. Moving down the list, I believe it's Ms. Untaya Miller.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon. It is well into the afternoon now, so you've heard this a number of times. Please use your outdoor voice. Please embrace the microphone, and you have 5 minutes for any kind of opening statement you would like. The floor is yours.
This seat is very warm. Let me just say that. Okay, my name is Antea Miller. As growing up in a crime-ridden neighborhood, I witnessed firsthand complex relationship between law enforcement and the community. The friction between the two has stemmed between, I'm sorry.
That's right.
It's often stemmed between the lack of trust, understanding, and meaningful relationships. Over time, I've realized that we can collab and bridge together that gap by working together as a whole, as a community. By joining the Cleveland Police Commission, I hope that my experiences and perspectives to help bridge that gap, ensuring that the community voices are heard, policies are fair, and policing practices foster a safer, more connected community. Also want to say that I am not an activist, but I do feel myself, I do consider myself as an advocator for those in the community. I believe in if you see something, say something, and I believe that we all need to come together and work together as a community for a safer environment. And another thing, public speaking and interviews is not my forte.
Mine either.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We will just launch into the questions then. We start with this one. What ward do you live in, Ms. Miller, and who is your council representative?
Ward 9, and Kevin Conwell, sorry.
No
Mr. Papa?
problem.
Okay.
And how long have you lived in the city of Cleveland?
I am 44 years old, so I've been there my whole life, born and
All of your
raised.
life. Okay. The next question is, what is your perception and opinion of the Cleveland Division of Police?
I actually love our Cleveland, our police department. I actually took the civil test to be a part of the police department. I wasn't called upon, but I still went on to trainings and different, to get my degrees in law enforcement, criminal justice, just to understand the dynamics in case I ever had the opportunity. We need community collaboration between the two, the law enforcement. Improvement is needed, and it takes everyone to be accountable, not just the officers, but the citizens as well, as their part as being a productive citizen. Again, I love our police, and we need to support them 100%, and also I want to see more things in place for them as far as officer wellness and things that, promote their wellness as well. Because if they're not well, they can't protect and serve us.
Okay. What motivated you to want to become a member of the Cleveland Police Commission?
Well, the first time around, when I first seen it, when it first came out, I was interested in it, and I looked at the neighborhood and all my perspectives and what the things that my family has gone through with the Cleveland Police. And instead of complaining, let's be about the change. Let's, be on, come aboard and try to give my perspective and my unique background to improve it.
Okay. Okay. And then what is your opinion on how the the Cleveland Police Commission has conducted itself since its creation so far?
Honestly, I did my due diligence after I did the interview before and looking at the recordings, and I was not happy as a Cleveland resident. It was lightweight embarrassing. But I do find, with the expertise that we have now, we have a former judge, we have lawyer, a talented lawyer, attorney on the staff. We have, did I say Judge Nelson, and a former police chief. We have a set of skills that I feel that we can change that perspective of what happened before and how we're perceived to the public.
Okay. What can you personally bring to the CPC to improve its image and overall performance?
Again, my outside perspective, skill build, I think relationship building. I am a team player. I would like to work on the 100 Years Project. I would like to get on the outreach committee and the training committee and bring new, fresh ideas, innovative ideas that may not have been set forth. We need to change the mindset of not just our residents, but everyone, and that'll change, and that'll help the morale of our police officers. I heard co-chair saying about how, someone mentioned about how she did not follow up in a timely way. I want to be that team player. I want to be able to, our co-chairs to delegate and use us all as, as a resource for this commission.
Okay. Next question is, do you support defunding the Cleveland Division of Police, and what are your thoughts on the present staffing levels within the division?
Defunding the police, absolutely not. We, as citizens or residents, we rely on the police. We do not never want to take away from them. Taking away from them can also hurt the morale of the officers. We also always want to improve revision of training and policies, but never defunding. I'm not sure what the, or what the evidence, what the staffing levels are and what those are, what's that about? But I'm sure if the mayor has a recommendation or something, I'm sure, he has more insight than I would have. So if we can get more details about what that is, and, I'm sure we could support that as well, but we never want to defund the police. We also always want to, give them more training, wellness opportunities.
Okay. Thank you. What are your recommendations on how the Cleveland Police can improve its interactions with the community and its overall image?
I honestly feel we should go back to community-oriented policing. Again, growing up, you've seen officers in the neighborhood. They came to our schools, even if it was DARE. That presence in our school, I think that initiated a relationship between the community. I don't have to be afraid of the police. They are here for us. That teaches us to work well together. Again, we also need officer wellness, transparency, training as far as DEI training, acronyms, crisis intervention, things that, de-escalation techniques, things that help our officers be more equipped to come out to go, because they are ordinary people. For them to just go out and, tackle the world, they have to be well as well, and we have to be behind them and equip them with what they need mentally.
Okay. Do you believe that the Cleveland Division of Police has improved its overall operation with greater accountability, professional conduct, and transparency?
I believe we're moving towards, and looking at I did review the monitoring report. I did, again, see a lot of partial and incompliant, but I think we're working towards it. And if we can improve policies, training, I think we can see more improvement. But I think we're definitely moving towards improvement.
Okay. And do you think the Cleveland Police should be able to use drones to monitor crowd activity?
Absolutely. We need to find more innovative and more, techniques that can help us as, as tools, not, something that we look at, they will be spying on us or against our constitutional rights. But I feel we definitely should use those type of things in those settings. I also feel that we should use them in the settings with a lot of these car thefts. I was victim of that a few times, smash and grab. So I definitely feel we can use those, along with the grappler. What is it, the grippler? Am I pronouncing it?
I'm sorry?
Grippler for high pursuit chase?
Oh, grapplers?
Yeah, grappler. Thank you. We can use that as well. I'm just thinking of tools that improve the Cleveland Division of Police.
Okay. I had just one question based on looking at your resume here. You've got SEIU 1199 listed a couple times.
Yes.
Near and dear to my heart. Love those folks. Are you an active member of the SEIU or in your current employment or?
In my employment, yes, sir.
Okay, I see. Okay, great. I will open it up to Councilman Pfluenz.
Thank you. Traffic enforcement, what's your thoughts on traffic enforcement?
Yes, definitely. You know how many times when I was getting ready to go through a light and someone just spirals through the red light or the yellow light, you know,
Okay.
that definitely am for it.
Okay, so you support the utilization of traffic enforcement in our neighborhood?
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
As long as it's done right. And we respect our citizens and we have the proper training. And what I find interesting is that barbers have to have more training than our police officers. I think that needs to change.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman, anything else? Nope. Okay, I believe we go to Councilwoman House Jones here.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Ms. Miller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just a question, just if you can share your thoughts on training that you will need to help you be successful, you know, if appointed to the CPC.
Okay, great question. Observation of functioning boards on how a board's supposed to operate, of course. DEI training, ongoing team building, not just, you know, one time, 2 times, 2 sessions. I think we should get to know each other as a team, you know, to be comfortable with each other. Conflict resolution, especially looking at a lot of the recordings of the past CPC. We should definitely have better conflict resolution training, stress relief, and even learning about policies on how they are formed, just different things about the Cleveland Police Department, Division of Police.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking left. Councilwoman Gray.
How you doing? How you doing, Ms. Miller? Hi. Glad I came in on time. I did sometimes you had to take a little break, but just reading over your resume.
Yes, ma'am.
You have a lot of skills in building relationship, as you said, and I see you have in different areas as well. So when you when you applied for the CPC position, you know, what was your first thought of using your skills to come in to build a better partnership, and the mindset of how would you like to show leadership, you know, leadership skills, you know, within the CPC board?
Okay. Again, I would love to join the community outreach. Well, I think it should be the outreach committee, but I feel it should be community outreach. That way we can connect with citizens. Let's hear from them for a while. Let's have listening sessions and see what they expect from us. I mean, we need to bridge those gaps and listen to what we've been doing it our way for so long. Let's just take ideas from the residents and see what they have to say about moving forward.
Yes, because we did vote this in, so, and I missed out. So which ward are you from?
9.
9. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Love your glasses.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, anybody else? Okay. Well, with that, Ms. Miller, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting through this long day. And that brings us to, I believe it's Ms. Emo Emosen. I'm sorry, Mr. Emo Emosen. Apologies.
Okay, all right. I will put that down. That's your guy.
And I just want to let you know that we did follow the actual order, and there you were.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Thank you for sitting through this long afternoon with us, and thank you for making your time available today to come down. As we told everybody else, outdoor voices, the microphone for the friends online. You have 5 minutes to say whatever it is you'd like to say. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And in school, I was always the last one in the line, so I'm used to going last. So, but I appreciate everyone's time. I just like to say I'm from Cleveland, born and raised. I went to Cleveland State, and I got a degree in political science. I've always been around. And I'm here just representing the youth today, even though I got a couple gray hairs coming in. Just here to represent the youth.
Okay. Well, we've done this 8 times already, so I will jump right in. And what ward do you live in, and who is your council representative?
Yes, I live in Ward 7, and then my council representative is Stephanie House Jones.
Great. And how long have you lived in Cleveland, you said? Or you just said it?
Oh, yeah, born and raised, yep.
All right. What is your perception and opinion of the Cleveland Division of Police?
I have an overall positive opinion of the police. Personally, I've been impacted negatively by the police, but I've always kind of used that and kind of separated that to the side as far as I know it's more policies, less than actual or bad actors in that way, and not just the overall police body in general, because there's so many people that are good. My uncle's a police officer. I have a friend who's a police officer, so I know that the work is hard and difficult, but I know that the negative things have to change.
Oh, gosh, I have my mic off. Okay. What motivated you to want to become a member of the CPC?
What motivated me was probably the first time that I was stopped and frisked. So I believe I was 17 years old at the time, because I was kind of one of those people that I tried to like keep my head down, focus on my schoolwork and things like that. But once that moment happened, it kind of changed my life in that trajectory. I'd say also I've been reprimanded for trying to steal from a home, trying to steal a car. So there's a lot of things that have happened that motivated me to join.
Okay. What is your opinion on how the CPC has conducted itself so far in the first 2 years of its creation?
I've heard some positive things. I've heard, of course, the negative things as well. I would just say that I feel like the police commission, everyone on the commission wanted to do the right thing, but I don't think that everyone maybe necessarily knew each other well enough to understand how they maybe conduct business or how they operate in different settings. And I feel like for the new commission coming in, as long as we focus on those things and we figure out each other on a personal level, then we understand how we can operate together.
Okay, thank you. What can you personally bring to the CPC to improve its image and overall performance?
Personally, I would just say that I'm a team player and agreeable in a lot of ways. I know that when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So I go with that. If I'm right, I try to pursue that way. But I feel like the overall nature of it is if I'm wrong, I'll accept it and then keep moving forward from that point.
Okay. Do you support defunding the Cleveland Division of Police, and what are your thoughts on the present staffing levels within the division?
So I don't support defunding the police. I believe that was a politicized term or terminology. I think that funds should be allocated towards community outreach and things of that nature, just so that we can increase visibility. And then I also know that the staff levels are kind of lower than they should be, but they are across the nation. So additional police would be necessary, I believe, but you know, in the end, if we focus on that and allocating funds, then we'll be in a good place.
Okay. What are your recommendations on how the Cleveland Police can improve their interactions with the community and overall image?
So just the visibility, I feel like a lot of the times, and what my colleagues have mentioned here is just that a lot of times the visibility is missing. Because if you're in those areas that you police and you know the people, then same thing for the commission, then you know how they operate. You know the decisions that they're making and why they're making those decisions, and they'll be able to police the area better.
Okay. Do you believe the Cleveland Division of Police has improved its overall operation with greater accountability, professional conduct, and transparency?
I think since 2014, things have improved. Of course, at the end of the day, I feel like in the end, everything can be improved. There's always things that we can work on to make things better, but I feel like there has been a strong improvement.
Okay. And lastly, on my end, do you think the Cleveland Police should be able to use drones to monitor crowd activity?
I believe drones could be necessary, or I could agree to it if everyone's rights are respected. In that way, I would agree that drones could be necessary or should be necessary.
Okay. That's all I have from the forum questions. I'll go to Chairman Polensek.
Thank you. Comment about traffic enforcement. How do you feel about traffic enforcement?
I agree with everyone else that the traffic enforcement is or should be mandatory. It should be done. But in the grand scheme of it, just as long as everyone's rights are respected, then yes, traffic enforcement for sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, Councilman Gray, did you want to go?
Umosin?
Most, yes. I know you first came in and you said the reason why you applied for the CPZ position is because you custody the kids. Did you say you work with a lot of kids, or what was the reason?
Today or in my...
Yeah, when he asked the open question,
Oh,
5 minutes.
got you. Yeah, I was just saying that my overall my relationship with police, I was just mentioning things of that nature of being stopped and frisked, being reprimanded for trying to steal a car or rob a house. Those are the type of things that made me apply.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. Maybe that's why I thought you said you was referencing that with the kids of the day and wanted to make sure that they, don't go through the same thing that you had went through, per se.
Oh, yeah, I would definitely agree with that in the aspect of me in my whole life. I kind of think that economic development and community development has been my main focal point, what I've been trying to focus on. So the National Institute of Health said that there is a strong correlation between income inequality or lower income neighborhoods and police violence or violence in general. So my focus has always been on the economic and community empowerment in that way, whether it's resume writing or things like that to help people gain employment. Those are things that can kind of shift the scale or tip the scale in the right direction as well. So those are all the reasons.
Okay, well, that's good, because that's one of the reasons also, I think, in this position that you have to be transparent to other issues that's going to arise with you in a position to analyze or work with the police so they can understand how to work better in the community with everyone. So that was a good answer. Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Okay. Councilwoman House Jones.
Thank you. Through the chair, to Mr. Umosin.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Just wanted to just ask you if you are given the opportunity to be appointed to the CPC, what training do you think you will need in order to set you up for success?
Yes, I feel like the most important thing for me right now is kind of just trying to learn and understand the history. I feel like training as far as the 100 Years Project. So what I've kind of learned so far is that there's been like a cyclical nature as far as the negative impact of the police, but overall, as far as being a part of the commission, we kind of want to change that narrative. So I feel like more information on the 100-Year Project as I continue to work through that will help me a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate you sitting through all this and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We are going to now open up. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Starr has another.
Don't forget the oldest member of this body down here. I'm the oldest
member of the body. I don't know where that comes from.
I know, right?
No, through the chair, I would just definitely ask a question. As far as your interest in wanting to serve on this commission, do you have anyone from the administration or anyone approach you and ask you to possibly to apply for this opportunity, or is this something you did yourself through the chair?
Thank you. This was something I just did myself. I haven't met anyone from the administration.
Okay, and then definitely I would ask, are you someone of the age between 18 and 30 through the chair?
Yes, yes, I am.
Thank you. That's all I ask, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you coming down.
Awesome.
We are now going to go to public comment. Before we do that, though, I was asked a question that I thought merits a public answer. What will be the racial and gender makeup of the board if the nominees go through? And I think that I have this correct. But I wanted to just put that out there because we operate a transparent ship here. If all the nominees were to go through today, I believe the board would then be composed of 2 black men, 5 black women, 2 white men, 1 white woman, and 3 folks, I believe, who identify 2 of them as black Latinas and 1 as a white Latina. I could be wrong on that, and I will stand corrected publicly if I am, but it was asked, and I think that deserved a public answer. So we will move now to public comment. Each person has 3 minutes. We will be keeping a timer going. We are going to call people in the order that they signed up this morning, and we do thank all of you for staying. I see all of you are still here. Your dedication is noted, and I will call up Ms. Kayla Pincus first. She's the first person to sign up. Ms. Pincus, please come on, have a seat. Outdoor Voices, the microphone is your friend, and you have 3 minutes whenever you'd like to begin.
Thank you all. I'm Kayla Pincus. So a couple things. I know I don't have too much time, so I'm going to move kind of quickly to the best of my ability. So I've spoken about this issue at length on this radio show that I started, Smoke and Mirrors. I wanted to specifically say that if any of the nominees kind of heard what I've said and felt like what I've said kind of doesn't apply to you, it may genuinely not have been directed to you. And even Ms. Mason, who I've kind of laid in on the most, I spoke with her before this meeting to state very clearly that I don't put any blame on the nominees for anything that has happened, and basically none of this is personal. Okay, couple things. So the people who are still left here, like after 4.5 hours, are people who have primarily been around this work for these last couple years. I think that, you know, and many of us were not even interviewed for this commission. I think that the question that is important to ask is not just what qualifies the nominees in front of you, but what disqualifies the people who are not interviewed as well. It's mandated in the charter to be fair and transparent in terms of the process, and I think that part of that is also like what are the, I guess, smoke and mirrors around why there were certain people, and specifically Richard Jackson, who was not offered the position. And I don't think that it's untoward to specifically ask that. Okay. And yeah. All right, so there has not been any legal argument that I've been made aware of that has been presented that says council does not have their 3 nominees. I know that you've stated that, but I haven't heard a legal argument for that. In my view, in my opinion, from my perspective, the law director is continually misleading you guys. And I don't know why you're under the impression that you don't need to follow the federal law under the consent decree, or that you won't risk being held in contempt of court for knowingly violating it. More specifically, the charter amendment, it says later on in the charter amendment, it mentions at one point about just the first group, like just the first commission. Which is to say that it does explicitly mention the first commission at one point. That does not apply to the section where it says 3 of the members the mayor appoints will be nominated by council. And then it does go on and say when vacancies arise, the mayor may designate categories from subsection C above for nomination by council. So I just basically wanted to say that it does explicitly state in the language later on that there is something that only applies to the first group. That is not it. And if there is a legal argument that has been made that says that you guys, because you have a specific stake in those 3 people, right? That's what you're responsible for them in many ways. And I think that that's something, it's not just an option, it's a mandate. So thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Exactly on time.
Please reach out to me if you have any questions.
Questions? Oh, don't go away. We have the right to ask questions. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I think we're just going to.
We'll go through it,
We'll
but
ask
who can stay, I have a question.
Absolutely.
The next public comment is from Kareem Henton. Mr. Henton, please come forward. I believe you've been at the table before, sir, so as you know, Outdoor Voices, the microphone's your friend. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here today to paint a very clear picture of this particular decision, and I'm speaking of in regards to the appointment of Sheila Mason of Noble. What is asked for explicitly is a local law enforcement agency or representation from a local law enforcement agency. Noble is national. Noble office is in Solon. It's not local to Cleveland. Charter Amendment 115, what we've seen in regards to Charter Amendment 115 is a lot of legal wrangling, a lot of loophole finding. And we're asking you to try to help keep within the spirit of the language that was put in, the spirit of what those of us who contributed to this asked for. I was mentioning to someone today, I didn't help put this petition through to get this on the ballot, where I have the person who was then in charge of the Police Patrolmen's Association holding my picture up during a press conference, putting a target on me. I didn't do that to see this being done, ignoring what it is that we were asking to be done. Richard Jackson, who we would love to see in this position, but if not Richard Jackson, someone from the Black Shield. Because one, they are local, but it would be even better if Richard Jackson was, because he's also a part of Noble. And the excuses being used to not have him, the legal wranglings, and loopholes that are being used are really problematic, because you have to keep this in mind, that Richard Jackson has been away from law enforcement long enough. The current person that they're trying to present as admitted by them has not been away from law enforcement for 5 years or more. So as we struggle or wrangle to try to find the right person, understand that you are overlooking the right person. I would say that in regards to something else that came up during the meeting, we talked about the Kyle Early being possibly brought forward. Understand something that happened with him so you can understand about the things that have been done behind the scenes. Kyle Early's pastor was called. His pastor then called Kyle Early, and this was done at the behest of the administration to try to influence him. Influence has been on that committee as well when it comes to other members, as noted by dash cam footage where you have members that actually said they just came from the mayor's house.
That's time.
Undue influence. We're asking that you do the right thing, appoint the right people, do what we, the architects, and the citizens who voted for this please do what we're asking you to do. Get the right people in there to represent us. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming down. Up next in the list is Ms. Brenda Bickerstaff. You've also spent time at the table. You know how the microphones go and your outdoor voice. 3 minutes whenever you'd like to begin.
Okay, first I would like to say this. Mr. Blizzy talked about traffic stops. I got a ticket today. But I'm going to say this, Richard Starr and Councilwoman Gray. The officer was professional. He was white, a man, and he was professional. Now, I'm not going to implicate myself and say what it was. I'm not going to say all the business. I'll see him in court, but he was professional. So that, I know Danny Kelly asked me this, Councilman Kelly said, do you think it's changing if that officer, the way he represented himself this morning, he gave me the ticket, and now he gave me a little card with the incident number on it and his name in the district. Okay? Officer Ritter, who got killed, unfortunately, in the line of duty, to want to exercise, to be out and be around people and exercise CPOP. These are examples that these officers can do this, so we should not still be at 47% with the consent decree in 10 years. And I want to make something clear again. Remember, the consent decree is here temporarily. The commission is here permanently because the voters voted for it. So the consent decree can leave tomorrow, Mr. Polinsky. But we will still have the commission. And this is what we want. And this is what we voted for. And of course, Delonte Spencer Thomas. We, Citizens for Safer Cleveland, me being the founder of Citizens for Safer Cleveland, disagree with the language. You guys have got to focus on that language and give the right interpretation of what it says. And it says and I got to piggyback off of Kareem Hinton. It clearly says the Black Shield affiliated of Cleveland. Cleveland. My sister is a police officer in Pittsburgh. She used to be the president of Noble. That is a national organization, not local. So once again, I got to back up Kareem Hinton by saying we have to get Mr. Jackson on this commission so we can move forward. And I know this is what you want because you sit here and you critique them and you vetted them very, very well. And I'm glad you did it because we want to have the best of the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bickerstaff. Appreciate you coming down. Next on the list is Lou, who has a new email address. And you've also been to our table before, so I will just say again, outdoor voices are great. The microphone is your friend. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready to begin.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Happy Lunar New Year's. And I read all these questions, and I have listened. I can right now, sitting right here, answer all these questions, plus all other questions you guys all have brought up. My involvement with consent decrees was started 2015. However, before issue 24 passed and after issue 24 passed, the stranger thing is, all the nominees, no matter what kind of black box operations we have, you don't see the first primary categories, people from that category, those categories being selected. Comparing consent decree and our charter tried to be generous as well, just like consent decree tried to be considerate. Lots of the people listed in the first, the primary categories, if these people don't apply, no problem. You select people from the secondary categories. However, our commission, no matter before or after the issue 24 passed, we only have lots of people full of titles. We don't have the real people, like you, the people you serve in the community, sitting at the table. Right now, DEI could become kind of illegal in a certain way, so I would not really say, oh, we need to have whatever complexion, whatever this, and that. But look at what we just selected, the 13 people from 2 years ago, that election. How many of them are actually competent to do the work? Only one. She does 90% of the work at the time. But then she was criticized as not a team player, difficult to get along with. So you guys have to make a decision. Are we just trying to find a team members, career ladder for those people to get on the commission? Or we really want to get a capable people representing the community, having the experience and who also have the understanding to incorporate all these things together to do the real job. So our new police officers will not leave the force after we invested expensive training on them. We keep losing police officers, not the high-ranked one or the young ones, the promised ones. Please think about that. Think about that again. You want to ask me all other questions on the microphone or without? I will answer you all those questions about your traffic reinforcement, drone policy, everything. I can answer all of that. Probably even better than the people you interviewed already. Please understand, you need to find capable people as well. Don't think about people's title. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down. Appreciate it. Our last commenter for public comment today is Ms. Terry Wang. Please come forward. And for the last time today, Outdoor Voices, the microphone is your friend. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm former Police Commissioner Terry Wong. I was the woman that Ms. Liu just referenced. Though I don't sit here and count the amount of work I did for the commission, the punchline to that joke is that someone said that I actually did 100% of the work that was viable and for the commission that moved the mission forward. What I'm disappointed in hearing today is the ad hominem and constant reference to adversarial relationships and personality, when what has happened to the decline of the commission is obviously political interference of its work. One indication of this is I was denied an interview completely for reappointment. I was denied access to the records and applications of the other applicants. What are we hiding here? And let me show you what the work of the commission really is. Because as we are sitting here fighting over power, people trying to get on the commission, get their people on the commission, I was answering phone calls of alerts for ICE raids that were happening on the west side of Cleveland that incorporated local Lakewood police, and now I've been alerted that there has been a state law passed enforcing local and state law enforcement to cooperate with the federal government on these raids. No other commissioner is working on this. Because no other and I doubt that any of these commissioners will do anything because they will wait until it is too late to intervene, as they did with Mr. Antoine Tolbert's case. Mr. Antoine Tolbert's case signified the true work of the commission, which is police discipline. You have two commissioners, Chandra Benito and Sharina Zayed, that actively work to block the citizens' democratic right to appeal to the commission. And yet you guys are considering them for reappointment. One is not even here today because she's so busy going on vacation rather than doing the work of the commission. I will also note here that Kyle Early, forget about whatever relationships he had. He missed 75% of the meetings last year. He should have been removed from the commission a long time ago. But because of the corruption of the co-chairs in Jason Goodrick, Sharina Zayed, and John Adams, they blocked many commissioners that should have been removed for just not even showing up for meetings. And I want to also note with the charter, you right now have ICE raids happening, but no immigrant or refugee or limited English speaker. I represented those categories. I represented the Asian community, which represents a significant portion of the immigrant population. So I want to just briefly, none of the misconduct that I've alleged about the existing commissioners have ever been investigated, including apparently disinterested people like Richard Jackson and Kayla Pincus. I have all the information. If you want to deny me giving you this information, then this council and this committee will be negligent for finding these, for not doing the due diligence of dealing with these. I want to say one thing, please.
Finish
it's
your
very
sentence.
important.
Sentence not prepared.
You see uniform agreement on the drones. It is not a statistical abnormality that everybody is saying the same thing. And I can assure you, I received allegations that the police are using non-police sanctioned drones to surveil the community right now. The community does not want these drones. Do not use the guise of protecting against white supremacists. Please let me finish. And you can drag me off too, because they're white supremacists and emergencies to further surveil the community. The community, the argument, I will finish my paragraph. The argument that since we already have cameras, so we should have more surveillance is a complete fallacy.
Point of order.
You are
Point of order.
constantly,
Point
you
of
are
order.
violating the Fourth
Cheese it.
Amendment rights of people
we
in
will
this
have
community.
To just convene,
Thank you.
close down the hearing if
Thank you.
we continue. So,
Okay, thank you. So
I'm going to close out my section here and hand it over to Chairman Kolensik, who is chairing this joint committee meeting.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody who came to the table today, the nominees. I want to thank the public comment that took place, my colleagues, and I know today was a very busy day, and our colleagues are coming and going from one meeting after another. We are going to discuss this. The council president is going to hold a joint finance, mayor's nomination committee, safety committee. He will set the time and the date for that when we will finalize these nominations. Again, one has not appeared. We still need to hear from that person. But I want to just ask this before, and listen up, everyone. I want, for the public record, Mr. Thomas, you indicated that approximately 50 people applied. Were all 50 physically interviewed?
Through the chairs, no.
No, they were not. How many were physically interviewed?
Through the chairs, I can get you the exact number, but I believe it was around
I need to know
16,
that.
18.
Okay, 17. So we want to know, we had asked earlier, we want to know who applied. We'd like to know who was physically interviewed once, and then if there was additional interviews, who were those individuals that were the additional interview. Because what I just heard at the table a moment ago was that there are individuals who feel the process was not fair and open or transparent. And so our goal is here, we want transparency, we want accountability, we want the best possible people that we can possibly have on a CPC due to the ongoing controversial issues that have taken place there. That's our goal. We'll get into the budget come starting February 1st. We'll get the budget. We'll work on budget issues pertaining to the CPC and other oversight departments and agencies. But you need to provide that information. I can't stress enough the fact that there has to be fairness, openness, accountability in this process. When we vote on this, we want to make sure we have the best people possible to put on the commission. That's all I can tell you. That's what the council president and I have been discussing. We want the best possible people. As it pertains to the 3 appointments that were initially made from council, we're going to get a legal opinion on that, because again, we were told that our 3 appointments dissipated, that we didn't have them anymore. I want to get a legal opinion on that, because if those 3 appointments are still there, then we're going to react to that. But I want to make sure that we're not here to be adversarial, we're not here to be confrontational. We want to make sure we're following all the rules, want to make sure we're adhering to the charter provisions in section 115. So that's all I have to say.
And Mr. Chair, if we could also request
Yes.
attendance records for all the commissioner members.
Yes. If they, I'm assuming there are attendance records, correct, for the CPC? There are
Through the chairs, there should be.
Okay,
yes.
we'd like that as well. Okay. Any other requests of Mr. Thomas from my colleagues? And again, I thank you all for the time that you've taken. Some of our colleagues have had to go. But again, without any further ado, this joint committee is adjourned.